low, or very low. You have a minute to answer the survey. So once again, before we start this event, please participate in the survey you see on your screen. Please let us know the current degree of your optimism regarding your profession these days. Is it very high, moderate, low, or very low? You have 1 minute to answer the survey. So once again, for those who are joining just now, please do answer the survey. Our poll survey number 1, what is the current degree of your optimism in your profession? Is it very high, moderate, low, or very low? As we move on now to our poll survey number 2, because of COVID-19, the role of the mechanical engineers will be...
Next later pa siya.
Okay, so as of now, we're just answering the poll survey number 1. As we stand by, rather, for poll survey number 2. So for those entering, please do answer your answers on that survey.
The 68th PSME Virtual NatCon will start in 2 minutes.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome to the 68th PSME National Conference. The theme for this year's conference is Mechanical Engineers, the Nation's Prime Mover of Industrial Revolution 0.40.
The 68th PSME Virtual NatCon will start in 2 minutes.
The 68th PSME National Virtual Conference is hosted by Dr. Carl Balita Reviews Center's Virtual Interaction Conferences and Events, or CBRC VICE, streaming live at PSME's Facebook page. Your host for today's opening ceremony is a sports newscaster on Game Time at ANC. Previously, he worked as a commentator at NCAA on ABS-CBN Sports in Action and as a field reporter for Bandila and TV Patrol on ABS-CBN. Please welcome your host for today, Mr. Migs Bustos.
Thank you very much. Magandang hapon po, engineers from all over the world. Today is the first day of the 68th PSME National Virtual Conference. And this year's preparation has been very challenging for all of us. For we are not used to this kind of setup, but nonetheless, we assure you that you will get nothing less. No matter how different our situation may be, this will be the same national conference you used to know, maybe even better, for it is unique and historical at that. The grueling months of preparation is not a joke, but no one is complaining, and we all know you deserve the best and trust that only the best you will get. Now to start today, let us all welcome your hardworking engineers in the parade of the different PSME chapters.
Welcome to the 68th PSME Virtual NatCon. Over the years, we have been growing from Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and across the globe. With over 100 chapters and thousands of members, the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers has continuously been the ultimate prime mover of Philippine industrialization and the steward of the development of the mechanical engineering profession. As we continue to be a powerful and influential organization, we uphold a promise to be a relevant organization for the growth of the country. Please welcome our chapters from National Capital Region. Balara, Las Piñas, Muntinlupa,
Logomia,
Makati, Makati Central Business District, Mandaluyong, Manila Host, Manila West, Medical Services, Metro Marikina, Metro North, NCR Academe, NCR Metro South, NCR Port Area, Ortigas, Pasig, Parañaque, Pasay, Pasig, Quezon City, Quezon City Agham, Quezon City Central, Quezon City North, Quezon City United, Taguig, from the Luzon region, Albay Legazpi, Aurora, Pacon, Manito, Baguio Cordillera, Bataan, Batangas, Batangas East, Benguet Southwest, Bulacan East, Bulacan North, Cagayan Valley, Camarines Norte. Camp Sur Naga, Catanduanes, Cavite, Central Laguna, Clark, Ilocos, La Union, Macban, Mangkayan Mount Province, Masbate, Nueva Ecija, Nueva Vizcaya, Palawan, Pampanga, Pangasinan, QBL host, Quezon Province, Rinconada, Rio Tuba, Rizal, Rizal Antipolo, Romblon, Sorsogon host, Subic, Tarlac, Western Batangas. Now from the Visayas region, Aklan, Capiz, Cebu, Cebu Central, Cebu Hotel and Building Engineers, Cebu North, Cebu South, Cebu West, Iloilo, Isabel Leyte, Lapu-Lapu, Mandaue, Metro Bacolod, Negros del Norte, Negros Island, Negros Occidental, Negros Oriental, Ormoc Cananga, Palimpinon, Panay, San Carlos Negros, San Juanico, Toledo. Now for the Mindanao region, Agusan, Ala Valley, Bukidnon, Cagayan de Oro, Cotabato, Davao, Davao Central, Davao del Norte, Davao del Sur, Davao Occidental, General Santos City, Iligan Bay, Iligan City, Misamis Occidental, Mount Apo, Pagadian City, Polomolok, Samal, Sarangani, Sultan Kudarat, Surigao, Taganito Claver, Westmin, Zamba Sulta, Zamboanga del Norte, and from other countries all over the world. Bahrain, Brunei, CRSA Riyadh, Jeddah, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Riyadh, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Sixty-ninth Chapter Singapore, State of Kuwait, UAE, UAE Abu Dhabi, WRSA Jeddah, Yanbu and Rabit, together, we can innovate for a better country.
And now let me present to you the distinguished PSME Board of Directors. First up, we have Mr. Jeffrey F. Singson, President. Hello and good afternoon. Let us please give a big virtual applause for Mr. Jeffrey F. Singson. Sir, good afternoon. Next is Jeremy T. Aguinea, Executive Vice President. Mr. Jeremy T. Aguinea, Executive Vice President. Hello, sir. Next, we have Loreto G. Catalana, Vice President for Internal Affairs. Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Simeon P. Perez, Vice President for External Affairs.
Hello, good afternoon. PSME, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Next, we have Mr. Cesar Luis D. Lim, Vice President for Technical. Afternoon. Afternoon, sir. Next, we have Miss Melanie P. Banayos, Secretary.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Afternoon. Mr. Nardito M. Cornelio, Treasurer.
Good
Cornelio
afternoon.
Junior, Treasurer. Hello, sir. Good afternoon. Next, Mr. Ransom Espirote, Auditor.
Ngayong hapon.
Ayong hapon. Mr. Robert Bobby D. Santos, Vice President for NCR.
Good afternoon, fellow mechanical engineers.
Mr. Carlito E. Alpay, Vice President for Luzon.
Good afternoon, fellow mechanical engineers.
Mr. Gregorio Senining, Vice President for Visayas.
Ngayong hapon.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Robert S. D., Vice President for Mindanao. And we have a Mr. Cesar S. Galang, National Director. Marin Eric A. De Luna, National Director.
Good afternoon, PSME members.
Mr.
Good
Emmanuel Y. De La Cruz, National Director. Good afternoon. And of course, we have a Mr. Jerry D. Asuncion, the 68th NatCon Chairman.
Mayad nga hapon sa inyong tanan, sa atong tanan. Good afternoon.
Ngayong
Good
hapon.
afternoon. Magandang hapon, maayong hapon po sa lahat po ng mga engineers that are inside this virtual NatCon. Thank you very much. Of course, the esteemed PSME Board of Directors, and we are truly grateful for the tireless effort and the selfless hard work you put into the board just to put the mechanical engineers in the forefront of the fourth industrial revolution. Now, please allow me to acknowledge as well our officers of the day, Engineer Melanie P. Banayos and Engineer Loreto G. Catalan. Afternoon. Now, for any concerns or comments about today's proceedings, you may send them a message through the chat box. We will also appreciate getting grateful wishes from you. Maybe you can give some shout outs and of course well wishes to our fellow engineers. Now, before we start the festivities, let's pay our respects to the country by singing the Philippine National Anthem led by different chapters and the Board of Directors, to be followed by the PSME prayer led by the Souvenir of Publication Chairperson, Engineer Arshel B. Bakuli. The entrance of colors is led by ICCT College Corps. Your side.
Suksok mga watawat! Na! Ulan! Right!
Let's proceed with the prayer, please.
Let us now put to heart and recite the codes that guide our profession, the PSME and core of the values, so we can be remain of our oath to the profession.
Sorry, we are having technical difficulties at the moment. Please bear with us.
So once again, we just presented the entrance of colors. And as mentioned, we were just adjusting and having some slight technical difficulties after the entrance of colors. The Philippine National Anthem was played, and now we are just waiting for the video for the PSME prayer. Thank you. And as soon as we get to play the video of the prayer, I will now again reintroduce the PSME Creed and the core of values. Thank you so much for your understanding.
Ulay! Slow! Good! Ulay! Go! One!
The PSME prayer. Heavenly Father, Maker of heaven and earth, we thank you for the Filipino mechanical engineer, for our profession, and for our organization, the PSME. You have sown us as seeds scattered here and abroad as PSME engineers, humble planners, designers, and builders of all things mechanical. Our proud testament to the glory of your creation. We bring before you the fruits of our profession, forged by the fire and burning passion of the PSME mission. Professionalism to help us maintain the integrity of the engineering profession. Please keep our hearts true to the highest ethical principles of our field. Service to enable us to contribute to the enhancement of science and technology. We pray for all Filipino mechanical engineers to work together as one in shaping the economic growth of our country. Motivation to uplift the engineering profession. Please help us promote fellowship and cooperation among all Filipino mechanical engineers, and to install nationalism among PSME members. Excellence to enable us to become outstanding PSME members. We pray for all Filipino mechanical engineers to actively contribute to the advancement of the profession, to be recognized globally as we develop the talents you have given us. Help us to provide sustainability to the changing world. May the PSME bring together all Filipino mechanical engineers, and as one, stand united as beacons of strength and stability to the world. All this we pray through you, our Heavenly Father, forever and ever. Amen.
Let us now put a heart and recite the codes that guide our profession, the PSME, and the core values so we can be reminded of our oath to the profession.
The PSME Creed. We, the mechanical engineers of the Philippines, conscious of our responsibilities to God, our country, and our fellow men, affirming our adherence to the Code of Ethics for Mechanical Engineers, desirous in participating and contributing in the social, economic, and industrial growth of our country, determined to support one organization that shall embrace the mechanical engineering profession, have resolved to unite to accomplish these aims by constituting a national organization of mechanical engineers. PSME core values. I am a person of integrity. I act with honesty, transparency, and accountability. I do the right things the right way. I maintain professionalism at all times with high respect for others, observing proper conduct, following the code of ethics, honoring commitments, and acting fairly and with dignity. I strive for excellence, thereby achieving the highest standard of performance in all my undertakings. I internalize teamwork. I act with sense of urgency, mindful of entrepreneurial spirit, and work with unity, cooperation, collaboration, synergy, and convergence towards a common goal. I exercise leadership with humility and characterized by stewardship. I lead by example, walk the talk, and celebrate success as owned by all the members of the team. I embody concern for stakeholders, especially the welfare of our members, employees, and all we work for, and those who work for us. I am an integral part of a resilient, nationalistic, and God-fearing organization. I weather the odds and implore peace, harmony, kindness, good work, love of country, and social responsibility.
Deeply concerned both by the alarming levels of spread and severity. We have therefore made the assessment that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
Dumaan ng ilang araw.
Nagdaan ng ilang buwan.
Umabot na sa bare months.
Mukhang COVID-19
ang iyahain sa Noche Buena.
Kumusta ka?
Oo nga, kumusta ka na, engineer?
Ang hirap, ano?
Iba-iba man siguro yung sitwasyon.
Karanasan natin.
Paniguradong may kanya-kanya tayong
Kwentong pandemya.
Isang malaking dago.
Ang pinagdadaanan natin.
Ito'y naging isang sagisag.
Sa mga hilahil.
Pagsubok.
at di pagkakaunawaan. Pero hindi tayo pasisiil.
Hindi tayo mapapagod.
Dahil nandito lang kami.
Laging handang tumulong.
Engineer, sisiguraduhin namin.
Walang iwanan.
Sama-sama tayo.
Mangangarap.
Titibay.
Babangon.
Upang marating
Ang daan sa isang
Bagong bukas.
This pandemic has greatly affected our organization.
Before COVID-19, we provide face-to-face seminars and trainings.
Well, the future of PSME would depend upon the members supporting it and also the leaders that would be proactive.
But we were able to apply our innovative culture by adapting to change. We are about to successfully conduct this event through virtual platform very, very successfully.
The industrialization continues.
a country cannot be industrialized if there are no machines, there are no technologies, and engineers are part of this.
The country's future is in our hands.
As an organization, issuing our technical position on public issues, especially those affecting the public safety.
The future of PSME is to be globally recognized organization that is powerful, influential, and relevant.
it is within our reach.
The advantage of COVID is we were given free seminars, webinars. That's our first certification program for projects management certified by PSME.
Nothing's gonna stop us here.
We envision PSME to lead this country towards industrialization. We have seen how the Filipino mechanical engineers help in the industrialization of other countries. Why can't we do it for our own nation?
At 68th PSME Virtual NatCon.
Kamusta na? Kamusta na po mga engineers? Seryosong tanong po, kamusta na po kayo? Alam ko po marami po tayong lahat ng pinagdaanan, especially for the past 6 months, past 6 to 7 months. At tama nga po sinabi, magbe-burn months na, COVID-19 pa rin. Pero nandito po tayo sa 68th PSME Virtual NatCon para syempre ipa-strengthen ng ating knowledge together with the guidance and knowledge of our board of directors. And maraming salamat po for everyone joining us this afternoon. And tanong din po yan ng ating mga board of directors sa previous video na napanood po ninyo. Seryosong tanong po, kamusta na po kayo? I hope everybody is doing well. I hope everybody is coping with this kind of situation. And kaya ako naman po natanong kung kamusta na kayo, gusto lang po namin malaman through our survey. Pakinalagay na lang po sa ating chat box ang inyong sagot. And kamusta na po kayo ngayong araw? Kamusta na po kayo sa mga nagdaang araw nitong mga nagdaang linggo at mga nagdaang buwan? For everyone who are just joining here today in the 68th PSME Virtual NatCon, magpapasurvey po muna tayo. And for everyone who just started today, we will repeat our survey. Noong kanina po, a few moments ago, we will start this event by icebreaker lang. Papasurvey lang tayo ng konti. Let us know the current degree of your optimism regarding your profession these days. Okay, is it very high, moderate, low, or very low? Yan po ang ating first question or first survey of the day. Let us know the current degree of your optimism as we just wait for the poll survey box to appear. Pero yan po, just take note of the survey question. Ang ating pong unang-unang survey question, let us know the current degree of your optimism regarding your profession these days. Is it very high, moderate, low, or very low? Yan po. As nakikita niyo po poll survey number 1. And transition na po ako. Once you answer that, we'll just give you a minute to answer. Maybe 30 seconds to a minute to answer this survey question, and then we will proceed to poll survey number 2. Yan po. Once again, you can see poll survey number 1. Kumusta po ang inyong degree of optimism sa inyo pong profession, sa inyo pong trabaho? High, very high, moderate, low, or very low? Okay po. So we have around 1,100 participants I can see on the Zoom meeting. Maraming salamat po for taking your time. I saw some comments pa galing mga airport, galing sa labas, or many are at home. Maraming salamat po for taking your time to be able to join the 68th PSME Virtual NatCon. Yung normal na nga po, ito na nga po ang ating ways para ma-enhance ang ating knowledge sa ating mga profession. And why not? This is, kumbaga, hindi lang new normal, this is the next normal. So as we adjust to the virtual world and at the same time enhancing our skills in our profession. Okay po? So let us proceed to survey number 2. Poll survey number 2. Would that be all right? I guess po lahat po nasagutan na rin. So yun po ang ating poll survey number 1. So choose one lang po doon sa ating choices. Ngayon po, poll survey number 2. If we can. Ayun po, meron akong mga nakikitang sagot. High. Okay po yan. Mataas ang ating degree of optimism. Poll survey number 2. Because of COVID-19, the role of mechanical engineers will be more important, important, unchanged, less important, or not important. And once again, you have a minute to answer the survey. Sige po. Yan po ang ating survey box. Please do select one. Yan po. Once again, I will repeat the question. Because of COVID-19, the role of the mechanical engineers will be more important, that is important, number 2, unchanged, less important, or not important. And key in your answers now. Siyempre po, with a high degree of optimism, we should have that vision na importante talaga ang role ng mechanical engineers. Sa COVID-19, tayo po ay nag-evolve. Kaya nga po tayo merong mga ganitong virtual conferences to further strengthen our profession. Well, I can see some comments on the chat box. Siyempre, hi, more important. All right. Sige po. Okay po. So now, as we run through the first 2 survey questions, mamaya po, as you can see lang, merong konti, pero we will get to that later. Pero we will also collate the answers to those surveys, more or less kung ano po yung mga matataas ng percentages, kung ano po ang inyong mga isinagot. Maraming salamat po sa pagsagot ng ating first 2 survey questions. Now, okay, so I can see also on the chat box, more important, syempre po, ilagay niyo po yan sa ating poll survey. Click on the chat box. Click on the answer, rather on the chat box para po ma-count po ang ating mga sagot para po dito sa ating surveys. Okay, so right now, we are experiencing a pandemic. We have never seen before. We have never experienced before. But it shouldn't stop us from pursuing our goal, becoming the nation's prime mover of the 4th Industrial Revolution. That is why we are gathered today, marching towards the new normal, armed with the knowledge provided to us by different experts that will guide us to rise above the challenges of professional life within this pandemic. Sagot na kayo, PSME. Sagot kayo ng PSME. PSME ang bahala sa inyo. So welcome to the day 1 of your future engineers. This is the 68th PSME National Virtual Conference. At we are right here now. This is Saturday, a beautiful Saturday. It's been cloudy lately, but that our moods shouldn't be gloomy because we are here. It is bright. We have a bright future ahead of us. That is why we are here at the 68th PSME National Virtual Conference. Now, the theme for this year's conference is Mechanical Engineers, the nation's prime mover of Industrial Revolution 4.0. And this is your ticket to the future, which begins today. Now, to formally open the conference, he is the Vice President for Operations and Industrial Works Incorporated. For 6 years now, he has been in the said company since 1995, and where he started as a project engineer. He is a professional mechanical engineer, a registered mechanical engineer, and a civil service career service sub-professional. He has held different professions in the PSME, among which is the current charter advisor and responsible for the chartering of PSME Brunei chapter and the overall chairman of the 68th PSME National Conference. Please give a big round of applause for Engineer Jerry D. Asuncion.
Good day, everyone. I am humbled and honored to serve you all. And it is my great pleasure to see you today, October 17, 2020, as we meet in this national conference. From the start of the year, we started preparing for our 68th National Convention. We had our NatCon committees organized, reservations made at the SMX Convention Center, and the NATCON team and our budget approved by the National Board and meetings held to plan all the activities. But alas, Mr. COVID-19 came and caused a global pandemic. This became a setback not only to the NATCON committee, but to the whole PSME, because the pandemic forced the government to impose restrictions to people, businesses, and professional organizations. But this did not dampen the spirit of the national leadership in their desire to continue serving the PSME members. While the PSME office had been closed since the quarantine and the employees had to work from home, our national board continued with the regular monthly meetings and decided to proceed with holding this national conference. Although some components of the traditional national convention, like the PELMAC exhibition, the plant tours, the sports tournaments, fellowships, and others could not be done in compliance with the present health and safety protocols, the board resolved and to approve the holding of a virtual national conference, offering you a total different experience. Hence, you are here now to learn, cooperate, and support PSME. And so therefore, as the 2020 conference chairman, I hereby declare that this 68th PSME NATCON and the first virtual national conference open.
Alright. Maraming salamat.
PSME is known for as an organization to depend on.
PSME is known for serving the Filipino mechanical engineers in terms of professional development and career enhancement.
Being a venue for discovering commitment and dedications of all mechanical engineers.
Known for being enthusiastic and nationalistic. That wherever and whatever we do it right.
Spearheading developmental projects that will benefit the members.
The institution to widen their network in the industry.
Yeah, the association seeks for the person, not the person seeks for the position.
PSME is known for the organization of mechanical engineers here in the Philippines and abroad.
PSME is known for serving the Filipino mechanical engineers in the career development and as well as professionalism.
PSME contributed to make every Filipino mechanical engineers competitive worldwide.
PSME is known for a pool of professional mechanical engineers that are expert in their line of responsibility.
A society with good camaraderie.
Professional organization that caters to the mechanical engineering profession.
PSME is known for its leadership.
Several conventions that are being held, conferences, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao.
PSME is known for professionalism, service, motivation, and excellence.
PSME is established to serve as a community for the mechanical engineering profession.
PSME plays an important role in the development of our students.
It exposes us in our field in ways that we haven't fully experienced in the four walls of our classrooms.
For nearly 7 decades, the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers has been true to its purpose, maintaining the integrity of the profession, upholding excellence in its practice, promoting fellowship and cooperation among its engineers, and contributing growth to science and technology as well as the economy. The association has become one of the pillars in its industry, as it provides the best services to its members so they can be excellent in their fields. and become valuable contributors to our society today. From sending representatives to different organizations and agencies here and overseas, spearheading developmental projects beneficial to the public, refining competencies of its engineers, producing the Philippine Mechanical Engineering Code, to organizing yearly national conventions, regional conferences, and outreach programs. All contributions aim to give a lasting impact to the field of mechanical engineering.
As our program are being aligned in the government directions towards developing our economy. In the industry, we produce standards through our Philippine Mechanical Engineering Code. Community, we are involved in outreach program. And in our members, we conduct and organize a regular regional conferences and yearly national conventions.
The Philippine Mechanical Engineering Code, formerly known as the PSME Code, is one of the major contributions of PSME in the country. Various mechanical engineering practices, both local and national, are in adherence with the PME Code.
PSME has performed its task in the community in the most effective way possible. Principally, it represented the society in the local and international fora.
Organized regional conference, the Luzon Regional Conference, Mindanao Regional Conference, and Visayas Regional Conference.
In order to enhance their skill, knowledge in the field of mechanical engineering.
So when we have some issues dealing with mechanical engineering, then we provide some experts to answer these issues.
PSME has helped the local government in implementing the safety and safeguard of the different industries.
PSME also actively works with many government agencies, such as the Bureau of Product Standard for the goods and services, the Bureau of Fire Protection for the fire safety requirements and compliance, and the Department of Science and Technology.
We're helping the Department of Agriculture right now so that our post-harvest facilities will be complete.
Outreach program for those in need, done by the chapters and PSME National Office, like tree planting, Brigada Eskwela, Tulong Taal.
Through the years, PSME has been serving our members to elevate and uplift the professional level of our members.
PSME, I consider, is a mentor to all our members. It guides our members how to develop their strength in their profession.
They help them to upgrade their membership status, from ME, mechanical engineer, to PME. So it helps the membership.
We are known for our public safety advocacy. So we were frequently consulted whenever there's an accident and how to prevent an accident from happening.
PSME provides different avenues for the students to learn.
But all these had to grind to a halt under a cloud of ash when the Taal volcano erupted, devastating the region and displacing thousands. Everyone was still reeling from it when the shadow of the COVID-19 pandemic came, which crippled businesses, employment, trade, and tourism. This brunt unfortunately did not skip out on PSME. It has affected how the association rendered its services to its members and the community, which resulted in financial instability.
It's a big network, and that is the number one effect of COVID to the society, is that this network is limited.
Our programs that had been lined up had been abruptly put to stop, that we were not able to have it implemented and executed well.
Or we could have a face-to-face communication with our members and explain to them directly our association.
We cannot travel as a national officer, we could not travel to visit our chapter officers, the chapter members, due to travel restrictions.
We get lesser interactions with our members, but that doesn't affect us in providing excellent service to our members of the organization.
But these challenges only made PSME stronger and better. It helped them migrate to the new normal, unlocking more opportunities, including holding virtual CPD technical sessions and multiple seminars worldwide.
I know that mechanical engineers can get a lifelong learning through this experience. We are also in the situation where we can learn from this experience.
This pandemic made us stronger and closer to our members and to our peers because we have more time to communicate and exchange notes with our in the industries.
We were able to survive by doing virtual meetings and virtual discussions.
We shifted from the traditional one to the new things that is brought about by COVID using a virtual platform.
We will able to come up with the different trainings through virtual and Zoom training to assist our fellow mechanical engineers.
CPD technical sessions and seminars all over the Philippines and even abroad become webinars.
We have to put it in an online platform, but that doesn't affect us in providing excellent service to our members of the organization.
PSME still find ways to continue serving its member by continuous creating huge technical seminar online and a professional development course.
PSME provides solutions to the problem related to the practice of profession.
PSME confronted the crises with a structured approach and calculated solutions to turn the tables. Its leaders defined their goals and set clear guidelines to collaborate and build necessary trust to successfully introduce not just the new normal, but also the new way to go in the industry of mechanical engineering.
How are we going to take this kind of pressure under control? Lies in our hands. Exactly lies in our individual decisiveness and volition. It is up to us on how we are going to handle it. But I believe PSME will soar high and find light at the end of the dark tunnel.
We are the prime movers of industrialization 4.0. We hope and we believe that a country cannot be an industrialized country without mechanical engineers. If there are no machines, there are no technologies, and engineers are part of this.
So when I say future of PSME, it will be the roadway to discovering greater skills, greater potentials, greater leadership and management from among its membership.
We want to see PSME helping in building the nation through industrialization, while we also advance the mechanical engineering profession. We envision PSME to lead this country towards industrialization. We have seen how the Filipino mechanical engineers help in the industrialization of other countries. Why can't we do it for our own nation?
PSME will not only be a mere membership organization, but a technical community of globally excellent professionals who will serve as powerful, influential, and relevant partner of the government and business organizations for the advanced development of the country.
Thank you very much, Engineer Jerry Asuncion, for showing us a preview of what is to come, of course, at the 68th PSME Virtual NatCon. And in this year's National Conference. I see some comments sa Q&A section na sabi daw nga po a good move na mag-virtual NatCon, especially from what we're experiencing right now. And I'm sure everybody is glad to be part of this momentous event. And as mentioned earlier, PSME po ang bahala sa inyo. This conference was conceptualized, carefully planned, and contentiously organized with you in mind. So once again, a round of applause to the people behind the 68th PSME National Virtual Conference, headed by Mr. Engineer Jerry Asuncion. Now, the welcome address will be given by no less than the President of the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers, who has the distinction of being the first ever. He is the first ever he is the first ever first ever Muslim and the youngest to hold the highest position in PSME. Apologies for that. He holds a master's degree in business administration and holds a doctoral degree in business management. He is a professional mechanical engineer, a registered ASEAN engineer, a certified Lean Six Sigma Green Belt practitioner, a certified fire safety practitioner, and a certified master trainer. Currently, he is managing his own group of companies that are engaged in training and education, construction, materials, and industrial equipment training, oil and lubrication products distribution, health and beauty care product distribution, spa and wellness, and mobile application food delivery services. Now, he is a multi-awarded professional and dubbed as the 3M Mindanaoan Muslim Millennial President, who believes that working hand in hand as a unified organization with a strong sense of core values can attain any set of goals, which will turn PSME into a platinum organization, not just for being 70 years in 2022, not just 70 years in 2022, but being platinum in the sense of a unified and strong PSME, giving great service to its members and especially to the society and the Philippines. A big welcome to the first millennial rock star president, Dr. Jeffrey F. Singson.
As early as November 2019, the elected 2020 National Board of Directors and the appointed 68th NatCon Chairman, Engineer Jerry Asuncion, started planning for the biggest and the best international convention of the decade. As early as December 2019, the NatCon committee started working to meet the goals set for the 68th NatCon. Then COVID-19 came and put the whole world in chaos. Our country was placed under community quarantine. Movements are limited only for essential activities. The PSME operation literally freeze, and that includes the preparation of our national convention. We continued our preparation for the convention through virtual meetings, hoping that the situation will go back to normal. But as days go by, we realize that it is difficult to implement the plans due to the limitations of the quarantine. Bob Miglani, on his book Embrace Chaos, said, "We do not control what we encounter on the road. We only control how we steer our way forward." And so we did. We embraced chaos. Since we cannot proceed with the National Convention, we started working on the preparation of a national virtual technical conference instead. And that will be the highlight of our celebration of the Mechanical Engineering Week. For 67 years, thousands of mechanical engineers travel to the venue to attend the yearly NatCon. This time, the NatCon itself is made available at your mobile phones, laptops, and gadgets at the comfort of your home. With the expertise of CBRC Vice, our partner and our service provider for this event, you will experience a different gathering of mechanical engineers. A gathering that is first time to happen in the history of PSME. A gathering that seems difficult but proven to be not impossible. Be with us starting today until October 24 and enjoy the technical topics from the PSME pool of experts. And enjoy the other activities, or rather I say virtual activities that we prepared for you. On behalf of the National Board of Directors, welcome to the 68th PSME National Virtual Conference and happy Mechanical Engineering Week to all. Mabuhay ang PSME!
Mabuhay ang PSME indeed, and thank you very much, Dr. Jeffrey Singson, for such a warm welcome address. I'm sure that our delegates are getting even more excited about this year's conference. This is just the beginning, engineers, and expect a lot more from our 7-day program. Speaking of a lot more, joining me today as co-host for this special event is the multi-awarded TV and radio broadcast journalist from DZMM's Teleradyo's Usapang Kale, and much more, also from Umagang Kay Ganda. She was a Binibining Pilipinas 2011 finalist, former courtside reporter of the USC Growling Tigers, and a Philippine Women Leadership Awardee of the World Women Leadership Congress. I am sure that many of you are excited to see this woman who happens to have both beauty and brains. Please welcome Ms. Tina Marasigan. Hi, Tina.
Hi, Migs. I'm very excited to be with you this afternoon, pero mas excited ako na makasama mga kapamilya natin mula PSME. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat from the comforts of our homes. We are very happy to be with you through technology. Maraming salamat po sa grupo ni Dr. Carl Balita for making this happen. At syempre, nagpapasalamat din po tayo sa imbitasyon na ibinahagi ng PSME na ito sa ating dalawa, Migs, because this is actually my first event with them at sana madagdagan pa because I know these engineers are very passionate in doing their jobs at malayo na po ang nararating ng kanilang industriyang ito dahil po sa passion na yan ng ating mga engineers. So, to send us a greeting. Ang haba ng greeting ko para sa inyo ngayong hapon. But I'm sure we are also excited to hear this greeting from the incumbent mayor of Davao City, commonly known as Inday Sara. O, diba? Hello po, Mayor Sara Duterte Carpio. Magandang hapon po, Mayor.
Good afternoon.
Madayaw ug maayong adlaw kaninyong tanan. I would like to greet all our Filipino mechanical engineers taking part in this 68th National Conference of the Philippines Society of Mechanical Engineers. May this virtual conference be a platform for discussion on the latest technological updates, researches, and innovations in your field as you continue to lead the nation into the 4th Industrial Revolution. I wish you all the best of health and great blessings. Daghang salamat.
All right. Maraming salamat po, Inday Sara, Mayor Sara, for supporting today's event. And by the way, the 68th PSME National Virtual Conference is hosted by Dr. Carl Balita, Review Center's Virtual Interactions, Conferences, and Events, or CBRC BICE. So maraming salamat, Dr. Carl. As always, Dr. Carl Balita and team for mounting these types of virtual conferences. Siyempre nga, Tina, partner, new normal na nga tayo. Diba? Kung tayong dalawa, isanay tayo nakikita sa opisina, mag-interact tayo, ating mga engineers, nagkakakamustahan din through these conferences. Ito na nga, new normal na nga tayo as we adjust to this new world. But that doesn't stop us from learning. That doesn't stop us from strengthening our knowledge courtesy of these types of events. But for now, let us take a breather for a while and thank one of our major sponsors by watching this video.
Wall-to-wall clean just got faster.
Introducing rigid flex shaft machines, the time-saving experts. Standard or carbide tip chain knockers expand, so you can clean up to 4-inch pipe through smaller access points. Unlike other drain cleaning tools, you can keep your sea snake inspection camera in the pipe while you run a flex shaft machine. Combining steps gets you onto the next job faster. The fully contained system is lightweight and easy to carry, because everyone loves one-trip drain cleaning. It's the innovation you expect from the brand more professional drain cleaners trust. Flex your coverage at rigid.com/flexshaft.
Introducing the new multifunctional designed rigid fiberglass step ladders with ProTop. Its new ProTop design makes work easier for electrical utility, heavy construction, and residential jobs, keeping tools close at hand. It features a non-conductive molded work tray that provides an area to secure hardware from falling off the top. The groove across the top can hold a pipe or a 2x4 lumber. It also comes with 2 separate drill slots and a drill bit holder. It also has a paint can holder that can hold a quarter, half, or full paint bucket. This new Pro Top design has plenty of slots that can hold all the tools you need, such as a ruler, hammer, extension cord, pliers, and screwdriver. The curved front of the top provides leg comfort, absolutely increases productivity and efficiency at the job site. The rigid Pro Top ladders are available in different sizes, from 4 feet to 12 feet, and with Type 1A extra heavy-duty rating, capable of supporting 300 pounds, and Type 2 rating, capable of supporting 225 pounds. With rigid Pro Top ladders, you don't have to get down until the job gets done.
Maraming salamat po to our major sponsor, one of our major sponsors, United Far East Company or Rigid. That was a very informative, very graphic video on the innovations of Rigid. So maraming salamat po for supporting the 68th PSME National Virtual Conference. And now, live from the CBRC Digital Studio, calling on Mr. or Engineer Jonathan San Juan to read the President Rodrigo Duterte's message to our engineers. So Jonathan, kindly unmute. So that is Engineer San Juan. As we will just adjust his audio. Tina, kamusta? Are you there? As we're just waiting for Engineer Jonathan
Actually,
to fix
kanina
his audio. Go ahead, Tina.
Yeah, actually, kanina while we were watching Rigid's video as one of our sponsors, I was browsing through our chat box. Sobrang active po ng ating chat box. Nagkakamustahan po ang ating mga kasamahan sa ating chat box. Marami dito, different generations of engineers, MIGs. Yung mga teachers and students lang dati. Ngayon, ano na sila, pare-parehas na sila na engineer at nagre-reminisce na yung ibang members natin dito kung kailan sila nag-graduate at binabate ang kanilang mga kabatchmates. We have PSME members from NCR. Ito lamang po yung iba nating mga shout-outs from our chat box as we fix our line. Yung ating technical staff po, they are fixing the connectivity for the message of our president to our members. But we have a few greetings from our chat box sa ating PSME members from NCR. Meron pong bumabati din from Laguna, from Mandaue, from Davao, from Zambasulta chapter, and even from Singapore. Eto na, dahil tayo ay nag-roll call ng mga pabate.
69th chapter sa Singapore. Yan, shout out sa inyo.
I know. At meron din, Tina, pa-shout out naman sa Batangas chapter members. And meron din po tayo from La Union. Hello din po kay Engineer Babaran from Samar. Ayan. So, Mix, you know, even though this pandemic can be so limiting, but with the power of technology and innovation, pwede naman tayo na magkakakonekta pa rin at magbatian pa rin, magkakitaan pa rin, and to have these kinds of events happen, kahit na medyo may limitations nga tayo sa labas ng ating mga bahay.
Tina, natutuwa ako kasi nung once tayo nag-shoutout, naging active yung chat box. So marami na po mga nagpapa-shoutout. maraming po salamat sa inyo. Siyempre gusto natin na maka-shoutout sa inyo, Tina. Pag nanonood ako kay na Sir Alvin, nagpapa-shoutout ako dyan sa AMM. So masarap yung feeling. Siyempre na mabati. Pero siyempre lahat po namin, we will do our best na batiin po namin kayong lahat. But meanwhile, we will go back to the CBRC studio, CBRC Digital Studio, as we call on Engineer Jonathan San Juan to again read President Rodrigo Roa Duterte's message for the engineers. So still fixing the audio. Sir Jonathan, hello and good afternoon. No audio po.
Message from
There
the
you go, sir.
of the Republic of the Philippines. My warmest greetings to the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers Incorporated, PSME, as it holds its 68th National Conference. For many years, PSME has been instrumental in promoting stronger industrial growth for the nation. Your commitment to the advancement of your profession has truly helped the government in improving the quality of our public infrastructure that redound to the benefit of our people. May this gathering be a platform for our mechanical engineers to be more adept and responsive to the challenges of your industry, especially as we continue to face uncertain times ahead. I trust that you will continue to promote the Filipinos' global distinction in technological innovation. Together, let us work hand in hand to achieve a more prosperous future for all Filipinos. I wish you a successful event. Signed, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, President of the Republic of the...
All right, there you go. Maraming salamat po from Mayor Sara Duterte to President Rodrigo Duterte. That's a heartfelt message. Meron lamang po tayong ilang mga miyembro na hindi narinig ang mensahe ng ating presidente. Please feel free to play back this session dahil po this will be uploaded in our Facebook at mababalikan po natin ang mensahe ni President Rodrigo Duterte to our group. All right. So another well-wisher. So from Mayor Sara to President Duterte, ngayon naman po from one of our distinguished senators who has served the president for more than 21 years. He is bringing the banner of tapang at malasakit to the Senate and will always champion a government that cares for the people and provides a Duterte brand of public service. Let us now welcome Senator-elect Honorable Christopher Lawrence Bongo.
Isang mainit na pagbati po sa lahat ng bumubuo ng Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers sa okasyon ng inyong 68th National Convention. Masaya po ako na makasama kayong lahat sa pagtitipon na ito. Kinikilala po ng pamahalaan ang kahalagaan ninyo sa maayos na implementasyon at pagpapatakbo ng iba't ibang mga kagamitan, mekanismo at teknolohiya sa panahon ngayon. Kaya malaki po ang papel ninyo, hindi lang sa patuloy na pagpapaunlad ng ating ekonomiya, kundi pati na rin sa pagpapaangat ng ating lipunan. Naway maging daan ang pagtitipong ito upang patuloy na paninyong mapalawig ang kaalaman sa inyong propesyon. Kailangan po namin kayo upang tuluyan nating makamit ang ating hangarin na maging isang ganap na moderno at maunlad na bansa. Aasahan ko po na patuloy kayong makikipag-ugnayan sa aking opisina at sa buong pamahalaan, lalo na sa layunin na may kaugnay sa pagpapaganda ng buhay ng bawat Pilipino. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay po kayo lahat.
Thank you very much, Senator Bongo. And now we will also get an inspirational address from our Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Carlo Nograles.
PSME, National President Dr. Jeffrey Singson, 68, NATCON Chairperson Engineer Jerry Asuncion, National Officers of the PSME, licensed and professional mechanical engineers in attendance, ladies and gentlemen, mayong hapon kanatong tanan. I hope all of you are safe and healthy amidst this ongoing pandemic. First of all, let me congratulate you for upholding integrity, excellence, and continuous learning and development in the mechanical engineering profession for 68 years now. I was glad when I learned that you have invited me once again, 2 years in a row, to speak in this first ever virtual PSME National Conference. I salute your organization and the mechanical engineering profession as a whole for the great role you play in nation building. The COVID-19 pandemic has tremendously affected every aspect of our lives. It has changed the way we live, the way we work, and the way we think about our future. But we know that we should not let this pandemic get the better of us. So we must adapt to the new normal, strive, thrive, and emerge from this time as better people and better professionals. One of the major industries whose landscape has been altered by this pandemic is the engineering sector. At the onset of the pandemic and when Metro Manila and other provinces in the country were placed under enhanced community quarantine, all types of work except for essential services had to be suspended. I'm sure you felt the same way most of us felt, whether you work in government or in the private sector. We suddenly had to face the challenges of working from home. But as time progressed, we slowly learned to adapt and began to think about a future in the post-COVID world, and that this post-COVID world is possible. For mechanical engineers, the playing field has been remodeled for the new normal, but it is one with new and perhaps even better opportunities for you. Possible focus areas of work include engineering solutions for public health, robotics in medical and industrial applications, rebuilding medical supply chains, use of smarter manufacturing technologies, genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, software development, and clean energy, just to name a few. The list goes on. The inherent and diverse expertise of mechanical engineers in design development, inventions, analytics, controlling, testing, manufacturing, and marketing will still be useful, quite very useful, in this new normal. Even in the construction sector, the role of mechanical engineers is indispensable, especially for the flagship Build, Build, Build program of the Duterte administration, which is considered the key driver of the country's economic recovery. The service and expertise of mechanical engineers will be greatly needed. As you know, the Build, Build, Build program aims for a more balanced, equitable, and responsive regional countryside development by dispersing economic activities throughout the country through accelerated infrastructure development. It is also expected to improve the Philippines' global competitiveness status. It is responsible for the generation of around 5 million jobs from 2016 to 2019, and we expect it to create over 1.5 million jobs this year and this coming year, despite the pandemic. These are some of the reasons why President Duterte pushed for a 13.4% higher allocation for the Build, Build, Build program for fiscal year 2021. The President said that the Build, Build, Build program will prioritize improvements in health infrastructure and services, as well as transportation and mobility of people and goods. It will also spur the transformation of the current bureaucratic setup to a Philippine electronic government or e-governance to help Filipinos cope in the new normal post-pandemic environment. Another aspect of collaboration with your field is through an integral partnership in dealing with the country's problem on hunger. Perhaps to some, such alliance may seem far-fetched, so allow me to contextualize. Hunger is a serious predicament that the world faces, not just the Philippines, but the world faces, which is now greatly compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic. But it is one which I believe we need to solve, especially due to its humanitarian dimension. Addressing this basic problem requires the concerted effort of all sectors, a whole of society approach where everyone needs to extend a helping hand. As all indicators, surveys, and studies point out, the problem on hunger in the Philippines is multidimensional. It is a combination of factors pertaining to poverty, nutrition, and food security. And so, the Interagency Task Force on Zero Hunger, which I chair, was established by Executive Order number 101, signed on January 10, 2020 by the President. This Zero Hunger Task Force shall ensure that the government policies, initiatives, and projects on attaining zero hunger shall be coordinated, responsive, and effective. Yesterday, we had the honor of launching our national food policy, which outlines our national priorities based on a comprehensive understanding of the problem of hunger and its related issues, and provides a roadmap for achieving zero hunger, taking into consideration existing laws and issuances, as well as international law and treaty obligations. 6 key result areas were determined and adopted by the task force. These are to review and rationalize existing policies, rules, and regulations that address hunger, to focus efforts to guarantee physical availability of food and its affordability, to address malnutrition and all forms of hidden hunger, to enhance food distribution, accessibility, and food safety, to ensure food sustainability and food resiliency, and to promote education, awareness, and people participation towards achieving zero hunger. So, to reiterate, we will need all the help we can get from CSOs, NGOs, socio-civic organizations, and the private sector to solve the problem on hunger. And this is where you, as mechanical engineers, may come in. Your expertise can form part of the NFP's sustainability and attain its goal to end hunger, achieves food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture by providing the NFP's KRAs the necessary technical expertise on 1. Operational analysis and guidance on technical matters relating to mechanical equipment that may contribute to sustainable food systems and value chains. 2. Contribute to the research and data analytics component of design proposal specifications and manuals to determine feasibility of design or application as it relates to product designs and systems for food technology and innovation that make efficient food technology adoption and improve nutrition. And 3, determination of the feasibility of designing new equipment or modifying existing facilities considering costs, available space, and time limitations, which affect longer range plant and machinery engineering planning to sustain and attain sustainable agriculture. These, among others, allow you to share your essential functions in planning, design, testing, and operational management with the end in goal of eradicating hunger in the country. So you see, there is really a lot in store for mechanical engineers, even in the new normal. And as we enter the fourth industrial revolution, we are given the opportunities to raise global income levels and improve the quality of life in our country. By maximizing access and usage of data, harnessing of technology to create new products, and improve existing ones, increase efficiency in systems, logistics, supply chains, and operations. All of these are greatly needed in these most trying times. Bearing this in mind, your profession is highly important, critical, and all the more relevant as we move forward from this crisis and traverse this fourth industrial revolution. I also cannot stress enough the importance of continuous learning and development of knowledge and skills, as well as expanding your professional network that will help you situate yourself better in the new normal, especially for the young mechanical engineers who are just starting their careers. I'm confident that given PSME's rich history and foundations and values, it will help you do just that. As one famous mechanical engineer once said, and I quote, "The first steps in the path of discovery and the first approximate measures are those which add most to the existing knowledge of mankind." End of quote. Muli, maraming salamat po sa inyo. Ipagpatuloy niyo po ang magandang trabaho para sa bayan. Mabuhay ang ating mga mechanical engineers muli para sa bayan. Daghang salamat. Mayang hapon sa tanan.
Maraming salamat po. Cabsec Cabinet Secretary Carlo Nograles. So maraming salamat po for that inspiring message. And we'd just like to invite our board of directors to have a quick photo op with Cabsec Carlo Nograles. Sir, maraming salamat po for your time, for taking time for our engineers this afternoon. And of course, on the way po, bibigyan po tayo ng a plaque of appreciation, of course, for your time, for your service, and for your knowledge, Mr. Carlo Nograles. All right, so Board of Directors, pwede po natin buksan ang ating mga cameras. Diba, Tina? Photo
Thank you,
Cabsec.
Yes, we have to immortalize this event.
All right. Sige po. Picture po tayo. 3, 2, 1. Isa pa po. 3, 2, 1. All right. So maraming salamat po again, Cabinet Secretary Mr. Carlo Nograles. Sir, thank you so much for your time.
Alam mo, Migs, from that inspirational message, I agree that when Cabsec said that engineering solutions for our coexistence with COVID-19 makes our time productive as we wait kasi for the COVID-19 vaccine, the innovations emerging through the brilliant minds of our mechanical engineers gives us hope because we see different techniques to keep different industries like food, technology, and business industries keep rolling. At kaya ito po ay nagiging posible because of the innovations coming from the brilliant minds of our mechanical engineers. Kaya mabuhay po kayo. Ba? Nagsisimula pa lang po tayo, ha? There is more to come after we thank our next sponsor. Kaya panoorin po natin to.
At Carrier, we've always understood the unique challenges of heating, ventilating, and air conditioning in healthcare settings. And since inventing modern air conditioning in the early 1900s, we've continued to create innovative solutions to overcome them. How do we do that? By looking at air differently. From integrated HVAC system design and optimization to control and service, our experts can help you see innovative ways to improve air quality throughout your facility. It's a process that allows you to see even greater benefits, like meeting specific air and ventilation requirements to manage infection control, and enhancing health and comfort through more localized control of air temperature and ventilation, both of which can yield increased patient satisfaction scores. and even improve staff productivity. So whether you need HVAC solutions for new construction, replacements, or temporary supply, turn to the experts at Carrier. We'll work with you to provide an optimized continuum of air for your continuum of care. For more information about our products, resources, and services, and to connect with your local expert, visit carrier.com/healthcare.
Okay, so maraming salamat po again to one of our major sponsors, and inspirational messages from CABSEC, from of course Mayor Sara, to Senator Bongo, to reading President Rodrigo Duterte's message. We will introduce him again to introduce our inspirational speaker. He is the president and owner of JSJ Packaging Services. He serves as the PSME's National Deputy Vice President for External Affairs. He is the National Auditor of the Philippine Development Movement, and he is a multi-awarded professional, receiving the Engineering Sentinel Award at the University of Santo Tomas, Dangal ng Lipi ng Bulacan, 2015's Outstanding Mechanical Engineer in the Field of Entrepreneurship, and the 2018's Fellow Awardee of PSME, the Program and Production Chairman for this year's conference. A big round of applause for Engineer Jonathan P. Sanjuana, PME, and also in this video we'll get to know more about the CABSEC Carlo Nograles' work. But for now, this is Engineer Jonathan P. San Juan, PME.
Carlo Nograles currently serves as Cabinet Secretary, appointed by President Rodrigo Duterte in November 2018 to head the Office of the Cabinet Secretariat. Secretary Nograles serves as close advisor to the President and ensures close coordination among the different agencies of the government such as DILG, DPWH, DSWD, DOH, and others. Carlo is committed to helping the President deliver on his promise to bring development to all regions, provide more opportunities to those living in the provinces, and uplift the economy in the countryside. He is also a staunch advocate of advancing programs against hunger to end and overcome hunger concerns in different parts of the country, find solutions to water shortages in households while expanding irrigation in agricultural lands, and to finally achieve long-term peace in Mindanao. Before he was appointed as Cabinet Secretary, Carlo was chair of the powerful House Committee on Appropriations, which approves the national budget for the annual expenses of the government. He served as a 3-term congressman of the 1st District of Davao City. A lawyer by profession, he previously worked for the Nograles Law Firm in Davao City. Cabinet Secretary Carlo Nograles is a recipient of numerous prestigious awards as an outstanding legislator. He received the Golden Globe Awards for Excellence in Public Service in 2015 and 2016. He was also recognized as an outstanding congressman in 2012 and 2015 by the Super Brands Marketing International. Carlo is a graduate of Philippine Science High School. He holds a degree in BS Management Engineering from the Ateneo de Manila University and a Juris Doctor from the Ateneo de Manila Law School. He was born and raised in Davao City, the second among 4 children of Prospero Nograles, the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, and Rodora Bendigo Nograles, a cousin of President Rodrigo Duterte. As Cabinet Secretary, Carlo leads the following: co-chair of the Interagency Task Force on Emerging Infectious Diseases, tasked to formulate policy and plans and lead all government efforts in addressing the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as preparing the country for post-pandemic recovery. Chair of the Interagency Task Force on Zero Hunger, tasked to formulate the country's national food policy to ensure the attainment of zero hunger and poverty eradication consistent with the Philippine Development Plan. Chair of the National Irrigation Administration, which is responsible for the development and management of irrigation in agricultural lands. Chair of the Cabinet Assistance System, which handles priority areas or matters that need special and immediate attention of the President and the Cabinet. Chair of the Cabinet Cluster Secretariat, which monitors the directives and promises of the different clusters of the Cabinet Secretariat. Among them are the Economic Development Cluster, the Human Development and Poverty Reduction Cluster, Infrastructure Cluster, Security, Justice, and Peace Cluster. Carlo is also author of the following laws: the Green Job Acts, which encourages the creation of green jobs or jobs that preserve or restore the quality of the environment. Incentives are also given to businesses who are able to provide green jobs. Job Start Philippines Act, where high school graduates are given opportunities to register and become Job Start trainees, to undergo training and have work experience that companies require. Free higher education, which ensures that college tuition is free for those enrolled in state universities and colleges, local universities and colleges, as well as state-run technical vocational institutions. Salary increase for police and AFP personnel. As chair of the House Committee on Appropriations, he made sure that funding is provided for the following: the free higher education law, the national ID system, additional budget for irrigation, and the modernization of equipment of the Philippine National Police and the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Other law he advocated are Cancer Care Bill, which aims to make cancer treatment affordable, Universal Health Care Bill, to make healthcare free for all Filipinos, a bill that aims to have the regular officials of barangays receive monthly salary. Other awards received: TESDA Kabalikat Award for Region 11 in 2013 and in 2015. Fellow mechanical engineers, our guest speaker, Honorable Carlo B. Nograles.
Okay, so that was engineer Jonathan San Juan. So maraming salamat po for again presenting CABSEC Carlo Nograles' work. And now we will present to you the plaque of appreciation for Honorable Carlo Alexi B. Nograles for sharing his time, for sharing his efforts, and for sharing his knowledge. So again, as we just wait for the virtual plaque, CABSEC, meron po kaming virtual plaque na nakahanda para sa inyo. So we're just waiting for that. But of course, so CABSEC, maybe you want to share a few words again?
Salamat sa darating na virtual plaque, no? Naka-virtual talaga lahat dito. I guess it's part of the new normal. Pero maraming salamat sa PSME. Mukhang naging suki na po ako dito sa mga events ninyo. And the last time I was a speaker, wala pa tayong COVID nun, obviously. Tapos, ano pa tayo dun? Physical appearance. Pero now, virtual appearance. So, ayan. Thank you. Maraming salamat po sa plaque.
Maraming salamat po.
Paano ipapadala sa akin yan for virtual?
Ano yan, CABSEC? I-email yan, tapos ilalaminate din yan, CABSEC, ang inyong virtual plaque. Yan po. Alright. So again, so we had a glimpse of the plaque of appreciation Yan po ang ating virtual plaque for Honorable Cabinet Secretary Carlo Nograles.
Ipa-deliver namin yung plaque, Cabsec, sa office na lang siguro.
Papa-deliver po, yan po. So marami po salamat. Virtual round of applause for Cabinet Secretary Carlo Nograles. Sir, maraming salamat po for taking time para po sa ating mga mechanical engineers. Siyempre, it's a weekend pero non-stop po ang work ninyo, Cabsec. I've witnessed you, of course. Nakikita natin kayo sa studio and tuloy-tuloy po ang trabaho. Maraming salamat, Cabsec Carlo Nograles. Okay, so as we move on,
thank you so much. Mabuhay po, ingat.
Mabuhay po. Salamat po, Cabinet Secretary Carlo Nograles. Ngayon po, introduce po natin to give a few words. He is the Undersecretary of the DOE or Department of Energy. Introducing to you Honorable Emmanuel P. Juaneza. So we're just waiting for Yusek Emmanuel Juaneza. Meantime, those last...
He will be introduced by Engineer Antonio Morales, please.
Okay, so now we will just go to Engineer Antonio Morales firstly, and okay, so I will introduce Engineer Antonio Morales. So to introduce, Tina, you want to introduce Engineer Antonio?
Yes. We are about to have our keynote speaker, but to introduce him, we have this special person. He has a double bachelor degree and a double master's degree, finishing master in engineering recently, or master's in engineering recently. His professional career and impressive working experience span 34 years in the Middle East. Such years of accomplishment and services rendered to the Filipino community in the Middle East made him a recipient of POEA's Model OFW Family of the Year Award in 2017. As an active member of Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineer, both in the Philippines and abroad, the PSME National recognized his services and dedication to the society by awarding him with the Fellow Award, the highest award merited to its member in 2012. Please welcome the Nominations Committee member, Engineer Antonio E. Morales, PME. Hi, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can I proceed?
Yes, sir.
Distinguished guests, PSME National Board of Directors, officers, presidents of various PSME organizations, both locally and abroad, fellow mechanical engineers, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is an honor for me to introduce our speaker for today in our 68th PSME National Conference. Our keynote speaker is not a stranger to us. He is one of us. He is a classmate of mine when we graduated our Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering degree in 1976 at Western Institute of Technology, Iloilo City. He also obtained his technical vocational machine shop practice at Iloilo School of Arts and Trades, now called ISAT University, graduated in 1972. His career history started when he joined Union Carbide Philippines Incorporated as plant maintenance supervisor and later as project engineer when he transferred to Colgate-Palmolive Philippines Incorporated. In search of more challenging job, he moved to construction and commissioning activities, operation and maintenance services, and consultancy. He was a member of the project management team during the construction and commissioning of Mindanao Unit 1 and Unit 2 geothermal power generation plant located in Mindanao, Philippines. During the blooming years of the Middle East job work opportunities in the 80s, our speaker found his way to work abroad. He joined as plant maintenance supervisor at the Royal Commission Power and Water for Yanbu, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Power Generation, Desalination, and Water Cooling Complex, and thereafter was promoted as maintenance superintendent. Years later, he joined the giant General Electric INFS division in the Africa, India, Middle East region as project control manager. With his versatility in accepting job responsibilities, General Electric INFS division transferred him to work at ExxonMobil Petroleum Processing Facility and power plant projects in Chad, Africa, and assumed the post of contract performance manager. After the project completion, he again joined another European engineering company for power station, oil and gas projects in the Middle East as construction manager. After his Middle East and Africa journey, he joined Mobile Exxon Sipo Limited Central Processing Facility Construction and Commissioning Project in Indonesia as Equipment Package Installation Coordinator/Advisor. After years of overseas assignment, our speaker finally went back home in the Philippines in 2016. Reintegrating into the Philippine society, our speaker found his way to enter the government service and join as board of director of Technical Education and Skills Authority, TISDA, from 2016 to 2019. Recently, after his TISDA assignment, and with his battery of experience in the energy sector, particularly in power plant generation, operation, and maintenance, he finally landed as Secretary, Department of Energy. Fellow mechanical engineers, friends, ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome our very own Engineer Emmanuel Maniwanisa.
Thank you very much, my classmate, and I was copying his examination answers when we were in school. Tony Morales for that generous introduction. And also, correction has to be made that I am not the Secretary of the Department of Energy, but rather the Undersecretary, one of the Undersecretaries, and given a lot of two bureaus and the chairmanship of the board of National Electrification Administration and vice chairman of the NPC board, vice chairman of the PSAM and Transco and others. Anyway, to the guest, fellow mechanical engineers, certified public mechanics, and the students of mechanical engineering, I congratulate everyone on the 68th PSME National Conference via Zoom platform. Mayong hapon, mayad nga hapon, magandang hapon sa lahat. Good day to everyone. Indeed, it is an honor and a privilege to be invited to speak in front of you, my fellow engineers, though virtual, in this significant annual event of the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers. As such, the time-honored tradition of professional camaraderie, the sharing of insights and experiences to further advance the practice of mechanical engineering in the country is not impeded by the COVID-19. With this, the robust bond of mechanical engineers through the PSME brings to the forefront the characters of resiliency and professional commitment, notwithstanding the pandemic. Another historic challenge to the mechanical engineering profession is the readiness to integrate to Industry 4.0. The business as usual has been overtaken by another regime, the regime of Industry 4.0. To put in context, the impact of Industry 4.0 in mechanical engineering, please allow me to quote Mr. Alex Gray, an author who spoke in the 2016 World Economic Forum on Industry 4.0 and its impact on education. Mr. Gray said, and I quote, "Change won't wait for us. Business leaders, education, the government all need to be proactive in upskilling and retraining people so everyone can benefit from the fourth industrial revolution," close quotation mark. In my view, Mr. Gray is talking of two main targets. That's retraining and preparing the succeeding generation of mechanical engineers for Industry 4.0. Established is the fact that mechanical engineering is the backbone of any industrial revolution. History can attest on the major role of mechanical engineering in the transformation of Renaissance Europe to economic behemoth and military power in 1760 to 1820. Along with Europe was the rise of the United States of America in global theater. That evolution was known as the first revolution, industrial revolution. Since then, industries and economies in the world has been consistently changing and shifting to higher and challenging grounds. Not to be outdone in the scaling of economic dominance are our neighbors in Asia. They are at par, if not better, than the best in Europe and in the United States of America in terms of economic footing due to their readiness in the coming of Industry 4.0. Given the realities, please permit me to pose upon ourselves as mechanical engineers, as leaders and members of the PSME, this challenge or predicate. What do we need to do? That's the challenge that I'm posing to ourselves. Without doubt, the PSME and the engineers, the leaders, has much to do collectively to catch up the strides of Industrial Revolution 4.0 has already taken in the industry. I am enjoining everyone to embrace the challenge and engage it together. We have to act decisively. In my mind, we have to establish the milestones to achieve our transformation to Industry 4.0. First milestone is education. This encompasses retraining of the existing labor force and designing the curricula of mechanical engineering program, review and assessment of traditional mechanical engineering program or subjects to reasonably focus on the emerging needs of industries, shaping and training the mechanical engineering minds to develop skills in critical thinking, creativity, innovation, and flexibility as effective solution providers to complex challenges in the workplace and practice of profession. The curricula must also consider or provide gateways to entrepreneurship for mechanical engineers. Second milestone, the integration of mechanical engineering students in the industry. A true to form and substantive program between the academe and the industry must become the new norm in preparing the students to the challenges of Industry 4.0. I believe the PSME, in collaboration with the academe and the industry and the government, support the immersion of mechanical engineering students in the industry can be fully realized. Third milestone, the legislative component of transform and catch up Industry 4.0 evolution. The PSME, as collegial society, is a bastion of force. It bears in itself potential numbers to participate in legislative initiatives to propel mechanical engineering in the forefront of Industry 4.0. Fact be said, the mechanical engineers through the PSME must rethink and figure out the most reasonable path to take to address the challenges of Industry 4.0. Critical thinkers and innovators are many in the ranks of PSME. I am certain of this. In conclusion, the real challenge is on us and upon us. Our generation of PSME leadership must pave the way for upcoming mechanical engineers to conquer the challenges of Industry 4.0. This is the legacy we must deliver to the profession, to the society, and to the country. Have a productive 68th PSME National Conference. Stay safe and healthy. Mabuhay ang PSME. Damo gid nga salamat, daghang salamat, and maraming salamat sa lahat. Thank you.
Daming salamat po, Yusek Juaneza. That was on me. That was my bad. Undersecretary Emmanuel Juaneza. Thank you so much for your kind words addressed to our engineers. For now, photo op po muna ulit tayo. Please have a picture with us and the board of directors. So kindly open up our cameras for a quick photo op. Yan po. All right. So 3, 2, 1. Isa pa po. 3, 2, 1. Okay, so again, a virtual round of applause for Yusek Emmanuel Juaneza. Maraming salamat po, sir. Thank you again to all our valued speakers who shared their wisdom and who have imparted their knowledge regarding our significant event today. We wish you all the best in the same way you express your well wishes for us. Again, a round of applause for our speakers, everyone. Tina?
Alam mo, Migs, just to highlight on Yusek Juaneza's message early on, sa kanyang mga sinabi, I like it that he highlighted the importance of integrating these expertise of a mechanical engineer to the curriculum of the future generation of mechanical engineers, because preparing this next generation is like planting seeds for the foundation and advancement of the so-called industrial revolution. And their education and training will generate solutions which are also modern. Na ito yung mga solutions po na talagang sasagot sa mga pangangailangan po ng iba't ibang industriya. Katulad po ng nasabi kanina ni Cabinet Secretary Carlo Nograles, lahat po ng industriya ay nasasakop na mga expertise ng mechanical engineers. Kaya po, lalo na ngayon na may pandemya, ay kailangan po natin sila. That's why, ang ganda lang nung tahe, Migs, I just have to highlight this. I just have to mention na ang ganda nung tahe nung sinabi ni Cabsec at saka ni Yusek Juaneza dahil nag-merge. Coming from the importance or highlighting the importance of mechanical engineers with the Industrial Revolution, syempre kailangan magsisimula po tayo by planting seeds from the younger generation na sila din po ang magbibigay sa atin ng mga solusyon in the future. Kasi talagang sa mga panahon ngayon, Migs, we are full of uncertainties, but if we have technologies generating different solutions to different problems in different industries, magkakaroon ka ng hope, magkakaroon ka ng kumbaga magiging panatag ka na matutuloy pa rin ang buhay with the coexistence of COVID-19, hindi tayo mapaparalisa.
Tama ka dyan, Tina. At marami na mga na-share ang ating mga resource persons para po makamove forward. Hindi tayo mag-move backward. We will always move forward despite what we're going through today. Medyo nag-normalize na nga ng konti, pero importante lang we just be safe and healthy. So maraming salamat po ulit. Yusek Emmanuel Juaneza. Yusek, you're still there. We will present to you a virtual plaque of appreciation, similar to the one that we presented also, Cabsec Nograles. But don't worry, sir. Ito pong physical plaque of appreciation po natin, i-send po natin sa inyong address. So again, a virtual round of applause for Yusek Emmanuel Juaneza.
With the essential elements in the messages of our speakers sa kanilang mga sinabi po, ngayon itutuloy po natin ang ating poll. You had two surveys early on, Mig. So ngayon, pangatlo na ito, if I'm not mistaken. So we will be flashing the question on your screen. At kayo po, you will be given a few options for this. Can we give out the survey?
Kasi
survey
kanina tinitingnan natin yung muna yung moral, 'di ba? Yung optimism ng ating mga engineers, kung gaano ba ka-importante ang trabaho ngayon, kung gaano nga ba ang moral, kung very high ba or low, at the same time yung importance of the role of mechanical engineers, especially during these times. So as we just wait for the poll survey box to pop up, bati muna tayo. Tina.
Okay, sige. Bati, ang daming nagpapabati.
Ang dami nagpapabati. Oo nga. Sige. Ganda yan, engagement, di ba? Sige, Tina, go ahead.
Okay, unahin natin ito, ha? Okay. Hi to all mechanical engineers of Mabuhay Vinyl Corporation, Iligan Bay Chapter. Naku, mula talaga Luzon, Visayas hanggang Mindanao. Meron po tayo. Mabuhay po kayo. Yusek Juaneza from Zambasulta Chapter, Mindanao. All right.
Yan. Meron. So, PSME Clark Chapter, ME ng University of Batangas, from pa-shoutout daw kay Engineer Ranel Alvarez, PSME Jeddah Chapter. Mga kababayan po natin dyan. And their President Engineer Bernard Quijano at sa mga members, more power sa PSME.
We also have friends from Dipolog City watching. Joining us today, maraming salamat po, mabuhay po kayo. Sabi ni Sir Joseph Herrera, the world needs me. Pero yung me, mechanical engineers.
Yes. Nakita ko rin yan kanina. Love it.
Meron din tayo mula Norte from Catanduanes Chapter. Ayan, shout out din po sa inyo. Mabuhay po.
Okay. Tina, I think ito na yung chat box. No? Ito na yung poll survey. Do you see it?
Okay. Hindi ko pa nakikita. But I think yun ba yung Industry 4.0 for the Philippines cannot be achieved without the mechanical engineers. Mga kapamilya, kapuso, kapatid, kabarkada, do you strongly agree? Do you agree? Or are you neutral about it? Do you disagree? Or strongly disagree that Industry 4.0 for the Philippines cannot be achieved without the medical or the mechanical engineers? Marami tayong nakikita sa ating chat box na strongly agree.
Go ahead. Siyempre, wala namang right or wrong answers. Pero siyempre, importante po ay na makapag-tick po tayo sa survey box. Pagkatapos po mag-tick sa survey box, chat na rin kayo sa chat box para mabati namin kayo. Maraming nag-strongly agree, katulad ni Kenneth, katulad ni Aliu, katulad ni Norman, Tina.
Okay. Agree din si Mr. Julito Domingo. Strongly agree naman si John April Mahinay. Si Sir Nelson Franco, mabuhay po ang PSME Negros Occidental Chapter. Strongly agree din po si Sir Ronel Umali as well as Keynard Rodrigueza.
Okay.
Okay.
So yan po ang ating survey. Again, so Industry 4.0 for the Philippines cannot be achieved without mechanical engineers. So marami po ang nagsustrongly agree. So maraming salamat po for again participating sa ating pong third question sa ating survey. So ngayon po, we will, as we introduce our...
We have two more. We have two
more
surveys.
pa.
Yes.
Pero I think
Tatapusin na
magiging
natin yung 5.
Okay, sige, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, for survey number 4, eto naman po, COVID-19 pandemic will open greater opportunities for mechanical engineers. Are you optimistic about it? Strongly agree, neutral, disagree, or strongly disagree that COVID-19 pandemic will open greater opportunities for mechanical engineers? You know, Migs, marami na tayong napuntahan ng mga webinars at different industries are expressing paano ba, their hardships,
the shift,
their struggles.
Pero
in
merong
the time
shift
of COVID-19 pandemic. There you
correct.
go. Oo, pero may
Correct,
shift
correct.
nga. Kumbaga,
Yes.
parang hindi na we have to coexist with COVID-19. So with the struggling industries, kanya-kanya din po ang diskarte. Ngayon, ang katanungan namin sa inyo, do you see greater opportunities in the time of COVID-19 pandemic, specifically for mechanical engineers? Be honest po, if you were positive or a bit shaky about it.
Alam mo, Tina, ang ating mga participants, ang ating mga engineers, nag-tick sa survey at the same time nag-chat, di ba? Baka pwede na kami bigyan ng konting kahit one-liner description kung bakit. If you agree, write why sa chat box, pwede natin basahin yan. And if you disagree, pwede na rin sabihin kung bakit. Para at least, di ba, magkaroon tayo ng iba't ibang perspective. Kasi nga, di ba, sa itong COVID, people are handling it differently when it comes to health, when it comes to protocols. Di ba? We see people outside not wearing masks. We see people very extreme when it comes to the health protocols. Pero ganito rin sa kanyang profession. Bakit? Bakit po kayo agree? Bakit tingin niyo kayo disagree? Tingnan po natin kung bakit. As we refer ourselves to the chat box. Kung meron pa pong... Ito po, meron pong nagsagot ng neutral kasi marami pong uncertainties. Marami uncertainties. So there are no right or wrong answers here. So you can share your thoughts. Dito po ating mga board of directors, maybe to address that. Address some uncertainties, di ba, Tina?
Meron ba ako notepad dyan?
Yan.
With
So,
the responses...
Okay yan.
Okay na? All right. So with the responses kasi, Migs, if they will strongly agree that this pandemic will open opportunities for MEs, for mechanical engineers, maaari kasi na maging peg ito for those who still needs to have improvements. Kumbaga, para sa mga medyo pessimistic about it. Hindi namin nakikita na magkakaroon ng more opportunities for mechanical engineer during the time of pandemic kasi may mga weak side, kumbaga may mga rooms for improvement. Yung mga respondents natin na nagsabi na strongly agree naman na makapagbibigay ng opportunities, magiging sample sila Kumbaga, kopyahan system tayo ngayon. Kumbaga, if this technique is not applicable for us, baka yung technique na yan pwede. Paano mo nasabi na promising pa rin ang pagiging mechanical engineer in the time of pandemic? Paano mo nasabi saan ang strong point? Hindi kasi namin makita. So maganda yung sinabi mo, Migs, na kahit one-liner lamang po, why do you think or why do you agree that it can give more opportunities for engineers, this COVID-19 pandemic specifically?
Sabi naman ni Neil, in every crisis, there will always be an opportunity. Tama sinabi mo, Tina, there may be a peg, there may be a standard. Sports reference lang po. NBA bubble, naging successful. Eventually, Pilipinas, ginaya ng PBA, ginaya ng Chooks to Go. So, merong isang standard, merong isang model. So, challenge para po sa ating mga engineers is to be able to innovate. The country should be able to innovate para po tayo gayahin o pwede tayong paggayahan. Moving forward lang. Pero tama nga po ang sinabi ng ating mga engineers, difficulties must be the momentum towards greatness. Ayan po. So thank you for answering that survey number 4. As we move on now to survey number 5, our fifth question. Our fifth question.
ihabol ko tong sinabi ni Sir Ramonito, Jason, design COVID-free air inside a building or office. Why not?
Why not?
Oo, that will be an essential innovation, di ba? Okay,
Kasi
so do
hindi
we
pa
have...
nga, hindi pa nga proven sa science, 'di ba, na it may be airborne, it may be not, it sticks on particles, etc. Pero baka create tayo ng opportunities, 'di ba, to be able to kind of eradicate or eliminate those theories. Sige, Tina.
Who knows, the wildest idea might come in handy para tayo ay maprotektahan dito sa COVID-19 as we wait for the vaccine. All right, we move to survey number 5. Do we have the question now? So here it is. Okay, let's just flash that on the screen. What is your primary motivation to attend this NatCon?
Dami nga tayong na webinars, 'di ba? Na napuntahan. Syempre, yan nga po primary motivation. Yan po, to earn CPD units, syempre, to improve competencies, pwedeng required to attend, pwedeng relax lang, have nothing to do, or sponsored to attend. I think motivation yan, CPD unit, syempre.
Yes,
wala na,
yes.
di ba? Kailangan natin yan. Pero syempre, bukod sa requirement, baka po meron kayong ibang rason or motivation to attend this NatCon.
They can take more than one response for this, right, Migs?
We'll just check. Try po ninyo, pero if hindi po, pwedeng the best answer. Di ba? Pwedeng the best answer. Ayan. Sige po, titignan po natin yan.
Yung improving competencies through these kinds of webinars or NatCon, ano, effective din siya, Migs, ha?
Yeah.
Kasi you will really listen, and kahit na malalayo yung mga speakers, we're able to be joined by these experts, hindi ba? Kahit na nasa iba't ibang lugar tayo. That's why I think it is also effective.
Ang na-experience ko ako personally kapag dating sa mga webinars dito nga sa bahay, mas focused ka. 'Di ba? Kung nasan ka man, kasi siguro you're home, you're alone, alam mo na condition ka that you're attending this specific webinar or conference, talaga mas marami kang napupulot. Hindi ko sinasabing wala kang mapupulot kung physical, pero ang binabanggit po natin yung mga positives na kahit na nasa virtual tayo, mas marami pa rin yung mga positibo natin makukuha.
Yes.
Okay. So yan
okay.
po. Yan, okay.
So mag-shoutout pa ba tayo ng more greetings from our chat box?
Sige, tapos may i-introduce tayo na sponsor video after. Sige, quick lang. Alam ko yung mga engineers natin gusto magpa-shoutout Dami nga, oh.
Ito, sabi ni Sir Lee Berame, earning CPD units means acquiring new knowledge also, and updates in the field of mechanical engineering. Okay.
Enhance opportunities then to earn CPD units.
These kinds of NatCon, you can attend in these kinds of NatCon without leaving work. Sabi ni Sir Ricky Franz Teodosio. Yes, indeed. Mas magiging productive po tayo kasi we're able to multitask. Shout out also to mechanical engineers of Department of Labor and Employment. Sabi naman po ni Ms. Arlene Aguilar, to learn of new innovations on equipment and new trends in the industry. At the same time, it is a means to promote brotherhood among us. Yes. We create relationships as well, kahit na tayo po ay magkakalayo because of technology. Okay?
So maraming salamat po sa mga nag-shoutout. But meanwhile, for this part of our NatCon, we will introduce to you one of our major sponsors who has supported the 68th PSME Virtual NatCon.
Kung tatanungin mo ako noon, di ko akalain na ganito kalayo mararating ko.
Oh, ipasok na yung Supreme Pipe dito.
Morning, sir. Mahabang panahon at maraming pagsubok rin ang napagdaanan. Pero di ko makakalimutan na lahat nagsimula lang sa maliit na pangarap. Naalala ko pa noon, parati akong sinasabihan ni tatay na sa matibay na paninindigan, lahat ng pangarap kayang abutin. Gusto kong maging katulad ni tatay. Nagtatayo siya ng malalaking gusali sa Maynila at kahit di kami nakakasama araw-araw, nananatili siyang haligi ng aming tahanan. Tulad ng pinangarap niya para sa akin, gusto ko rin ng matibay na kinabukasan.
Papa! Miss na kita!
Oo anak! Anong ginagawa niyo dito? Sorry, busy lang yung daddy mo ha. Pero alam ko na. Tour na lang kita.
Okay. Papa, anong gagawin nila dyan?
Maglalatag sila ng matibay na pundasyon, anak. Yung Supreme Steel Pipes kagaya ng nakikita mo sa taas. At ngayon, naaabot ko na ang nais kong marating. Nais ko naman ipasa ang mga pangarap ko sa susunod na henerasyon. Alam kong marami pang paghamon ang darating. At naniniwala ako na sa anumang pagsubok, sabay kaming mananatiling malakas, matibay, at matatag sa paglipas ng panahon.
Di ba na bang steel pipes ang ginagamit nyo ngayon?
Hindi, tay. Superior steel pipes yan. Gawa rin ng Supreme Steel Pipes. Subok na sa kalidad at tibay. Ilang henerasyon na natin pinagkakatiwalaan.
Supreme Steel Pipes, the brand you will use.
Superior Steel Pipe, the brand you will trust.
So maraming salamat po to Supreme Steel Pipes for supporting the 68th PSME Virtual NatCon. And now to introduce our guest of honor, he is the president of Hyperchem and Machineries Incorporated. He is the executive vice president of PSME Metro South Chapter. He is also a registered mechanical engineer, and he is PSME's vice president for the National Capital Region. Please welcome engineer Robert Bobby Santos, PME. So meantime, we're just waiting for this video to start by engineer Robert Bobby Santos. Again, we'd like to thank our sponsors. Just the recent video that you saw, Supreme Steel Pipes. So again, introducing to you the Executive Vice President of PSME Metro South Chapter. He is a registered mechanical engineer, and he is PSME's Vice President For the National Capital Region or NCR, just waiting for Engineer Robert Bobby Santos PME's video to start. Maraming salamat. So meantime, as we're just waiting for that video to start. So again, maraming salamat po sa lahat ng mga engineers that are here this afternoon. Shout out po muna ako sa chat box. Okay, meantime, we're just having some adjustments. And we'd like to introduce now Honorable Fortunato de la Peña. He is the DOST Secretary for a few words.
Thank you, Migs. I will share my screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for the invitation. And instead of giving a short message, anyway, I was given 20 minutes. This was told by Jonathan San Juan, who contacted me. So I will take advantage of this opportunity to brief our mechanical engineers about developments at the Department of Science and Technology, particularly with respect to new facilities, which I think will be very useful for our mechanical engineers. So allow me first to greet President Jeffrey Singson, the conference chair, Jerry Asuncion, and the VP NCR, Robert Santos. Anyway, another Santos introduced me. We have other VPs, Loreto Catalan, Eric De Luna, and the one who invited me actually, the National Deputy VP for External, Jonathan San Juan. Of course, the other MC, Tina Marasigan. So we have the theme for this year's PSME conference as mechanical engineers, the nation's prime mover of IR 4.0. So I will not dwell on IR 4.0 anymore, but go straight to a presentation of the latest facilities that we have, which I think will be very useful to most of you. So next slide, please. Wala pa yung slide. So just waiting for the sharing of my slides.
So as we are waiting for the slides of Mr. De La Peña, we're just going to...
Here na, Mix. I'm with the slides. I thought the conference organizer will do the sharing, but anyway, I am sharing it with you.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Go po.
can you ask them if they can see
Okay na?
yours? Yes, sir.
Can you see this slide now?
Yes, sir. Okay po, sir. Okay po.
Okay, so this is the first slide, my message for this conference. Next slide, please. Okay, so I would like to point out that for the period 2016 to 2022, the DOST has an 11-point agenda, and in particular, I would like to point to agenda number 7 here, which is the upgrading of facilities. Alisin mo nga yun. Alisin mo na yung mukha ko. Sige, sir. So can you go back to the previous one? Previous slide. Here. Here we have agenda number 7. All of agenda 1 to 5 are items that pertain to the objectives for research and development. And item 6 is focused on human resource development. But item 7 says upgrade science, technology, and innovation facilities and capabilities for R&D activities and the expansion of scientific and technological services. So Agenda 10 also says strengthen industry, academe, government, and international collaboration. And I think we are doing that through the PSME and other professional organizations also, and enhance the effectiveness of science, technology, and innovation governance. Next slide, please. I would like to focus first on the Advanced Manufacturing Center that I am now presenting here. We established the Advanced Manufacturing Center a year ago, and the construction is still ongoing. Hopefully by December, we have this ready, this building that houses the Advanced Manufacturing Center. So we aspire to be the country's leading research center in innovative 3D printing technologies, processes, and materials. And the services that it will offer include manufacturing, engineering, materials development, research, and training. You notice that even manufacturing, particularly in terms of unique items that can be handled by 3D, are included. Next slide, please. So these are examples of products that are handled through the 3D printed devices. So we have, for example, on the left-hand side, the 3D printing of N95 mask. We have the 3D printing of the multiple patient ventilator splitter, the face shields, the air relief band, the modified oxygen concentration mask, chamber prototype, which are all supporting and extending assistance to our health workers. Next slide, please. So the Advanced Additive Manufacturing Program is having its own response to COVID-19. And as stated earlier, we have a materials platform for additive manufacturing, and we do research on advanced prototyping for product innovation and development using additive manufacturing technologies. On the materials development side, you can see the example cited here, the filaments and face shields, the ventilators and parts, mask and hands-free doorknob attachments. While in the other section, you have the face shield frames, the face shield sets and frames, the copper-infused face mask filter, and we are also using the injection molding process for mass production. Next slide, please. These are some photographs of hospitals that benefited from the 3D printed materials that were produced at our Advanced Manufacturing Center, or AMCEN, East Avenue Hospital, San Lazaro, Fe del Mundo, St. Luke's, Taguig Pateros, Jose Reyes, Rizal Provincial, Rizal Medical, Philippine Heart Center, Philippine Children's Medical Center, Hospital ng Parañaque, Districts 1 and 2, and the Pagamutan ng Dasmariñas, as well as the Pasig City General Hospital. So they benefited from our 3D printed materials. Next slide, please. The second facility that I would like to present here is our Advanced Mechatronics, Robotics, and Industrial Automation Laboratory, which is found inside the Metals Industry Research and Development Center. So as the name suggests, so this is where you will find our facilities that are used to support initiatives involving mechatronics, robotics, and industrial automation. And I guess these are very important technologies in our desire to move towards IR 4.0. Next slide, please. So the Amerial Laboratory includes a smart factory, Industry 3.0 training equipment, collaborative robot, automation studio, and a facility for e-learning. So this is at the MIRDC. Next slide. Okay, and some of the activities that have been undertaken, or where this facility of Amerial has been involved, apart from the consultancy and technical assistance to our small and medium enterprises, are ongoing projects like the localized dialysis machine, which is still ongoing, the automated irrigation system for organic greenhouses, and at the moment, the low-cost ventilators. There are 3 projects here done by 3 separate groups that we are supporting, and at least one of them has already gone to the certification stage before being used for clinical trials. Next slide, please. So this Ameria Laboratory is actually one of our major facilities that we will be using for our upgrading of our small enterprise technology upgrading program. So this is actually a program which we started in 2003 to upgrade the technologies of small and medium enterprises. Now it is being renamed as Setup 4.0 because of the particular focus on upgrading our enterprises in terms of leading towards 4.0 technology. So this is to help MSMEs adapt technological innovations to improve their products, services, and operations, and increase their productivity and competitiveness. Maybe I should mention that during the SONA of our president, he specifically mentioned the DOST program for small enterprises, and he specifically mentioned that we should help them upgrade their technologies, including digitalization, considering the new environment that we have now. The third facility that I would like to show you is our ADMATEL, the Advanced Material Testing Laboratory. Actually, this is not very new. This has been established about 10 years ago. And this is in response to a cry for a facility coming from our, originally from our semiconductor and electronics industries. Many of the small and medium-sized industries had to send their materials and products to other countries like Singapore and Hong Kong for testing, until we decided to put up our own advanced material testing laboratory. But now it is not only serving the semiconductor and electronics industry, but other industries as well, including those that are in the medical field. So you can see one of the facilities here is the Thermal Analysis Laboratory. Next slide, please. The Chemical and Metallurgical Laboratory of ADMATEL. And there are other new facilities like the new 3D X-rays that have been introduced, and other modern equipment for testing. I would also like to mention, while this is part of the Advanced Science and Technology Institute, but this is located also inside the compound where you find the Metals Industry Research and Development Center. We call it the Electronic Products Development Center. I think they are renaming it soon to Electronic Products Inclusive Innovation Center, where you can do your prototyping of consumer electronic products. Okay, and instead of acquiring your own facilities, for example, if you are a school or a small or a Filipino enterprise that is not yet large, you can do your prototyping work here. The needed facilities are available, and the different tests that are involved also can be conducted. Next slide, please. So this is already towards the end of my message. You can see there are other facilities that are to rise very soon. Okay, I think the map that we have here, it says here is the Philippine Natural Textile Innovation Map. Okay, this is under our Philippine Textile Research Institute, which is setting up textile fiber innovation hubs. Okay, for yarn production. And you can see that one of the unique or the more innovative facilities that we will set up in different regions of the country is the bamboo textile fiber innovation hubs. Next slide, please. Okay, so it was not mentioned here, but we have also new facilities that will be completed this year. For example, the facility for, or the laboratory for simulated functional packaging tests, and also the green packaging laboratory for green packaging. And we also have the facilities, two new facilities for metrology, which includes chemical metrology. And of course, we have the Mold Design Center that is being put up in Rosario, Cavite in cooperation with the Philippine Dye and Mold Association of the Philippines, as well as the Department of Trade and Industry. So even if we have been on quarantine situations, the construction have resumed. And again, hopefully, at least for the simulated packaging center, the green packaging center, and the metrology laboratories, we will have them completed before the end of the year. Let me mention also that together with the Metals Industry Research and Development Center, we are setting up the Metals and Engineering Innovation Centers. After having set up the Food Innovation Centers in each region of the country, where we have the facilities for the development of innovative processed food products, we are now going into the Metals and Engineering Innovation Centers, where development of innovative products made of metals will be serving the different sectors. So this will be set up in 5 different regions of the country, and I think this will be a big help, particularly to our small metalworking companies, the fabricators, particularly in the design and development of their prototypes. So I am sure that this information will be useful for our mechanical engineers. As you said in your team, the mechanical engineers are key to our IR 4.0. I will not debate you on that, even if I come from the 2 other fields of engineering, the chemical engineering field and the industrial engineering field. Okay, so anyway, engineers are the key to our progress. There will be no debate on that. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share with you, dear mechanical engineers, this information on new facilities which can be helpful, useful to our mechanical engineer practitioners. Thank you very much, and mabuhay kayong lahat.
Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat po, Honorable Fortunato de la Peña, and of course, just like our
speakers.
Hello?
Yes, Miss, go ahead.
My audio.
Naka-mute ka pa rin, Migs. Mute.
Hello,
Mute
sir.
si Mix.
Okay na po. Hello? Hello, good afternoon. Sir,
Yes, Mix,
maraming
you're
salamat
loud and
po.
clear. Go ahead.
Ayan na.
Okay. Okay, salamat sir. Maraming salamat po Mr. De La Peña for your time and for your knowledge na shinare po sa ating mga engineers. Tina?
Yes, Secretary De La Peña, thank you po because you're also supporting MSMEs towards digitalization, producing low-cost ventilators for the health sector. And with the rise of DOST facilities, it will be bringing the birthplace of technology and innovation to different regions in the Philippines. And we will be looking forward to this. Maraming salamat po, Secretary.
More power to PSME.
Maraming salamat po. Secretary Fortunato de la Peña from DOST, mabuhay po kayo. Marami din po ang nagpapaabot ng pabati sa inyo, Sec, from our chat box. Maraming salamat.
And of course, just like our esteemed speakers, we will award this virtual plaque of appreciation for DOST Secretary Fortunato de la Peña. And sir, we will send actual plaque po sa inyong address. Pero i-send po muna natin itong virtual plaque of appreciation.
Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Very nice. Thank you
sir.
again.
Okay, sir.
Thank
But
you very
before
much.
we let you go, sir, we would like to invite our board of directors to please open your cameras para pa quick photo up.
Yeah.
Kay Sec de la Peña.
Yes, nagiging suki na si Sec Boy sa amin. Last year.
Salamat po.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much po. Okay po, photo op po tayo. Okay, so smile po for the camera. 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much, DOST Secretary Fortunato de la Peña.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have a few participants who were scholars of DOST extending their gratitude to you po, sir. Maraming salamat po sa inyong suporta. At ngayon po,
we welcome more scholars, okay? Both at the undergraduate and at the master's, at the PhD level. Welcome.
Okay.
Very nice.
Very nice.
All right.
Okay. Sige.
So,
thank you, sir.
Naputol tayo,
Tina.
Mix, pero maganda yung message, DOST is still open for scholarship grants na maibigay sa ating mga kababayan. So, feel free to connect with DOST dahil kayo nga po ang pag-asa ng ating bayan with these innovations and technologies in the future. And that's the end of the first part of our program, Migs. And before we proceed to the highlights of today's ceremony, we'd like to present to you a special number from our dearest engineers. So, meron tayong numbers sa kanila. Meron din pong entertainment. Imagine the world today, Migs.
Yes.
It may be full of uncertainties, yet we remain hopeful indeed that we will find our way through the crisis. Imagine how slowly we are adapting to the changes it brought us, yet we know we can still do better. Imagine how scared we were before, the first time we experienced the lockdown brought by the situation, yet after a while, we discover things to be grateful for. Imagine a better world. Imagine a world without COVID-19. Just imagine.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today.
Imagine there's no country. A decision or two or die for, and no religion too.
Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will be as one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger, a brotherhood of man.
Imagine all the people sharing all the world. Ooh, you may say I'm a dreamer. Ooh, but I'm not the only one. Ooh,
I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will be as one.
Wow, ang ganda nun. Of course, a rendition of the John Lennon classic, Imagine. Thank you so much, engineers. That was very heartwarming and showing the softer side like that with that music video. Alam mo, Tina, earlier we had a video called Bagong Bukas. In it, kinamusta ng ating mga engineers ang kanilang mga kapwa engineers. May linya pa silang mga sinabi na paniguradong may kanya-kanya tayong kwentong pandemya. At makikita rito ang kanilang kwentong pandemya and how they were able to cope with the situation, how they made use of their time as well, how they continue to be of service to others.
And part of that video was the recent visit in Batangas last Sunday, where Engineer Jonathan San Juan accompanied Dr. Carl Balita Review Center staff or team in distributing the amount they collected during the Tulong Taal Benefit Concert last February. Isa po sa mga nagbahagi ng tulong ang PSME, who also had their own share of helping those who were in need in Taal. Kaya palakpakan po natin sila sa kanilang ginawa. Hindi po sila tumigil sa pagtulong kahit na may pandemya. Naantala man po ang pag-aabot ng tulong sa mga naapektuhan ng pagsabog ng bulkan dahil sa pagpasok ng pandemya, pero nagkaroon naman po ito ng panibagong purpose. Tulong na rin po siya sa mga naapektuhan ng pandemya dahil pagkatapos po na sumabog ng bulkang Taal, naapektuhan din po ang mga Batanggenyo dahil sa pagpasok ng COVID-19. So thank you very much, PSME. Thank you, CBRC led by Dr. Carl Balita and the Tulong Taal team with Isay Alvarez, Robert Senya, and Venny Saturno, who were also big part of the recording of the song Imagine. The song, yung kanina po na nakita po ninyo, it was recorded in Venny Saturno's studio and was mixed by his team. Again, a round of applause for them. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po. We are still streaming live at the PSME's Facebook page. through our event host, the Dr. Carl Balita Review Center's Virtual Interactions, Conferences, and Events or CBRC Vice. Alam nyo, si Dr. Carl, meron niyang show sa teleradyo, Radyo Negosyo every Saturdays. So kung gusto po ninyong makinig or be inspired or get motivated pagdating po sa negosyo, Dr. Carl Balita is the man. And in a few minutes, we'll be presenting or starting our very first international technical presentation and introducing to you our presenter from Japan, our international speaker. He is the managing director of a Crystal Jade 18 International Industry Incorporated. He is a professional mechanical engineer and a licensed mechanical engineer. The PSME's National Vice President for Training and Education. Please welcome Engineer Marin Eric A. De Luna, PME.
Yes, thank you, Mix. Our speaker this afternoon is an expert in the field of robotic technologies. In the year 1997, he received his doctorate degree from the Graduate School of Engineering at Kyoto University in Japan. He had been a research scientist of National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology from 2002 to 2016. Related and relevant trainings include but not limited to the randomized picking, robotic assembly, and universal robotic grippers. Since 2016 and up to the present, he is the director of the Robotic Manipulation Laboratory of the Graduate School of Engineering Science at Osaka University in Japan. Also, he is a member of the steering committee of the Robotics and Mechatronics Technical Division of Japan Society of Mechanical Engineers, or JSME. With his exposure in trainings and education, he will share to us his knowledge and expertise in the field of robotic technologies with his topic entitled Robotic Technologies for High-Mix, Low-Volume Production. Fellow mechanical engineers, please welcome our speaker, Professor Kensuke Harada, PhD. Konnichiwa, Harada-san.
Konnichiwa. So thank you very much for the very kind introduction. So can I share my screen, okay?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, we do.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so today I would like to talk about the robotic technologies for high mix, low volume production. And first of all, I would like to introduce Osaka University. And as you may know, Osaka is located here. And Osaka University is one of the 7 major public universities. And most famous one is the Tokyo University, and the second one is the Kyoto University. And the Osaka University also included in the major 7 public universities. And let us move on to the topic of today's talk. Japanese society is fronting the aging problem. And however, for the Japanese society to continue to grow, we have to manufacture the product. But however, in recent years, to cope with the preference of the individual preferences, the production style has been changed from the mass production to high mix, low volume production. So to cope with the high mix, low volume production, robotic technology and AI becomes very, very important. But let us consider why is automation is difficult, especially in case of the high mix, low volume production. So this slide shows the typical case of cell production system, which is a typical case of the high mix, low volume production. So in this case, human worker has to pick up a part from the storage, and then human worker has to assemble the product on the table in front of the human worker. Then the very naive idea is just to replace the human worker by a robot. But however, the things is not so easy. First of all, we have to construct very complex dual run motion of the robot. So it is not very easy task. And secondly, even if we can construct the complex dual run motion, the robot may difficulty in grasping the parts, and it may be difficult for picking up from the storage of parts. So to cope with this problem, we usually use a parts feeder which can be equipped for each part. And even if the robot can pick up a part from the storage, it may be difficult for robots to assemble the product. To cope with this problem, we have to use tool changers. So tool changer like this, and we have to change the tool depending on the assembly task. So even if we can assemble a product for a certain amount of parts, so there are a lot of difficult tasks. For example, there are a lot of parts with flexibilities, and we may not know how to deal with the flexibility in assembly. So it means that even if we have very, very difficulties, the automation is limited. And in addition, we have to frequently change the production system to cope with the high mix low volume production system. But however, how to solve the problem can be clearly defined. For example, for the problem of difficulty in grasping, we research the grasp planning problem, so-called grasp planning problem of the robotic hands. And to cope with the complex dual run motion, we can research the manipulation planning problem. And to cope with the difficulty of assembly, we research the universal robotic hand, and we can also research on the manipulation of elastic object. So these are the very closely related to the AI and the robotic manipulation. And this is my laboratory. And I'm running the robotic manipulation laboratory since 2016, together with Associate Professor Wei Wang and Assistant Professor Keisuke Koyama. And this slide shows our technology map. So we research the basic technology as well as its application. And basic technology includes the so-called motion planning and machine learning and motion analysis and robotic hand. And the application side includes the industrial robot. So it is the main topic of today's talk, and a daily assist robot, and humanoid whole body manipulation. And in today's talk, we will introduce some example of research which has been done in our laboratory. We mainly talk on 3 topics. One is the parts picking. Second is the robot motion generation from human demonstration. And third is the product assembly. Okay, and
Tayo na lang sa 6 days. Malapit na yung Rosaldo na hirinda natin.
Go ahead, sir. Continue.
Sir, go ahead. Professor Ken, are you there, sir?
Can you
Go
hear?
ahead, sir.
Yes. Okay. Um, uh, okay. Okay. And anyway, this slide explains why we research the parts picking. And there are several problems in parts picking. And this video shows the case of the parts picking of complex shape. If the shape of the object is simple, the picking is relatively easy. But when the robot has to pick up a complex shaped object, the entanglement occurs between the target object and the neighboring object. So we have to avoid such a situation. And we use deep learning to judge the entanglement of the part. And this video shows the result of a proposed method. First, we calculate the candidate of picking pose. Then the robot can successfully pick up an object without causing entanglement. And this is a different shaped object. But in this case also, the robot can pick up an object without causing entanglement with the neighboring object. Okay, and we have another problem in parts picking. And we usually use the depth sensor to pick up an object from the pile. But there are a lot of objects which is very difficult to recognize by using a depth sensor. For example, transparent object, shiny object, and black object are very, very difficult to recognize by using a commercial depth sensor. So among three difficult objects, we focus on the shiny object. And in this research, this is the wheel nut of the automobile. This is very, very shiny. So instead of picking one by one, we first pick up a bunch of objects and roughly place it on the table and use the RGB image. And we can roughly estimate the number of objects on the table. And we can calculate the path of the end effector to pick up an object from the table. So this is the experimental result. Okay, and this is the very recent research on picking to cope with the COVID-19. And due to the pandemic of COVID-19, this company has very difficulty due to the very, very large number of samples where the human tested have a PCR test, and this company has to process the samples to check whether the person is influenced by the COVID-19 or not. So since there are a lot of samples, this company is aimed at automating the organizing process of the samples. And we used our technologies to automatically pick up the samples and organizing it for the purpose of checking the samples. So in this case, first we use the vision sensor to check the current organization, current configuration of the samples. And then we use the so-called task planning method to organize the samples. Okay, then let us move on to the motion generation from human demonstration. So most intuitive idea of automating the robotic production process is to generate the robot motion from human demonstration. So first of all, we researched on recognition of human assembly based on the so-called motion template. So we have to identify what kind of task human is performing. But however, there are a lot of motion candidates. So we have to select a certain kind of motion from a lot of candidates. So this is a very, very difficult task. So to cope with this problem, we first detected the tool where the human is grasping. Then we can associate the motion, the task human is performing by referring the object human is grasping. So this is the result. And in this case, the human is grasping a boat. And in this case, the motion of humans is limited. Since if a human is grasping a nut, so the candidate motion is simply grasping a nut or screwing a nut. So like this, we have successfully identified what kind of motion human is performing. Then we use the virtual reality technology to record the human assembly motion. In this video, human is wearing a head-mount display, and in front of the head-mount display, the vision sensor is attached and tracking the motion of the human hand. And this is the image human is watching. And in the virtual world, there's a robot. The hand motion of the robot is synchronized with the motion of the human hand. And human is performing the assembly task in the virtual world. Then we can record the human motion to assemble a product. And the bottom video shows the result of robotic assembly by replaying the human motion recorded in the virtual world. And this is the performance. In this video, the robot is performing a difficult task. So this is so-called L insertion task. So L insertion task cannot be performed simply inserting the L-shaped object into the hole. So we need some skill to insert such L-shaped object into the hole. So we first asked human to demonstrate such motion. However, this motion cannot be simply performed by the robot by simply replaying the human motion due to the very, very small clearance between the parts and the hole. Then we use the motion planning technology to modify the motion demonstrated by human. Then the robot can successfully perform such a complex task. So the bottom one is a result of the same research, but it is applied for the different assembly task. So it is so-called the tenon insertion task. So this is the video of recording the human demonstration. And this is the result of motion planning. So motion is modified such that the robot can perform the same task. So this is the result of assembly task performed by robot. As we can see, that the robot can successfully perform the complex task. And we would like to move on to the topic of product assembly. And this is the typical case of robotic assembly. And in case of the robotic assembly, the robot usually change the tool according to the parts to be picked. In this case, a robot change from the suction tool to the picking two-fingered gripper to grasp the object, then perform the assembly task like this. However, the tools grasped by a robot has been designed based on the human worker's experience. And especially in case of the high mix, low volume production, the number of parts becomes large, and it becomes difficult for human workers to design the grasping tools grasped by a robot. So to cope with this problem, we research on the automatic automatic production of grippers used for assembly tasks. First, we analyze the shape of the part, and then we select adequate grasping tools to grasp the part. And to reduce the number of parts used in assembly task, we sometimes consider whether the grasping tool can be commonly used for the assembly task of multiple parts. And this video shows the result of and this is the result of the assembly of a toy airplane. First, we use the first gripper to assemble the propeller, and then use the second gripper to assemble the body. Then we again use the first gripper to grasp the wing. And we also use the same gripper to grasp the rear wing. So then we grasp the tire by using the three-fingered gripper. And we also use the same gripper to grasp another wing, front wing. So like this, we can automatically design the grasping tool, and we can reduce the number of grippers used for the assembly task. And this is also the result of motion planning of the assembly task. So in this case, we can automatically select the grasping tool used for the assembly task. For the small parts, we can use the gripper with thin finger. And to assemble a large part, we can switch to the gripper with large finger and perform the assembly task. And we can move to another topic on robotic assembly. And in robotic assembly, it is very important to identify the error state and automatically recover from the error state. And in typical case, if the error is occurred, human worker come to the robot and recover from the error state by manually recover from the error state by human. So in this case, we consider the snap assembly problem. And the snap assembly of the plastic parts is that we can see the typical case in the battery box. So the left-hand side video shows the successful case of snap assembly. On the other hand, the right-hand side here shows the right-hand side shows the failure case of assembly. And we have to identify the error state before the error actually happens. So in this case, we use the force and moment sensor attached at the wrist. And this is the force and moment profile. And by using the force and moment profile before the assembly actually fails, then we predict the failure state. And then after identifying the failure state, we have to the robot has to automatically recover from the error state. And this slide shows a proposed method. And we first correct the force and moment profile before the error actually happens. Then we extract the feature vector. Then by using the decision tree, we identify the error state. This is the training phase. And in the execution phase, we first identify the error state. Then the robot can recognize which error state has happened. Then the robot can recover from the error state. And this is the experimental result. This is a successful case of assembly. But the robot first, at the middle of the assembly state, the robot first stops and predicts success or failure will happen. And in this case, the robot identifies that this assembly will be successful and then completes the assembly task. And next, in this case, the robot identified that the assembly may fail. No. This is okay. In this video, the robot identified that error may occur. So the robot stopped the assembly task and then adjust the initial position and retry the assembly. And the retry was successful. And this is the third experiment. In this case, the accuracy of prediction is not enough. So the robot additionally moves the part in the horizontal direction just to more correctly identify the error state. Then the robot can more correctly identify the error state. The robot retried the assembly task and it was successful. And in recent years, the research on deep learning has been very extensively researched. So this is the research on reinforcement learning for contact-rich force control tasks. And in this case, we identify the force control parameters for the assembly task, as well as the trajectory used in the assembly task. And so at the first stage of the training phase, the robot may fail in the assembly task, but by using the reinforcement learning, the robot gradually successfully perform the assembly task. So this is the case of the dual arm assembly task. So even if the first phase of the training, the robot may fail in assembly. However, after training, the robot is successfully performed the assembly task like this. And this kind of reinforcement learning has been applied to the real product assembly. This is the assembly task of the camera lens unit. So in this case, we don't need to manually construct the motion of the part to assemble the product. So this motion can be fully automatically designed based on the reinforcement learning. And since this is a collaboration between Osaka University and the company, currently company is trying to apply this assembly task to the real product assembly. Okay, this is all I prepared for this talk. This is the lab members. This work has been done by all of the lab members and collaborators. Okay, thank you very much.
Right.
Domo arigato.
Thank you.
Arigato gozaimasu. Harada-san.
Yeah.
Mix, can you read the
Yes.
mix?
Yes, Engineer Marin will be opening the Q&A portion for the discussion of Ken-san earlier.
Tina, go ahead. I know marami ng questions, right, Tina?
Yeah.
Yes, we have a few here from our participants, and we are still accepting a few more questions. For those who still want to send their questions, please type it in our Q&A chat box here in our Zoom link. Please limit it to Q&A chat box. Hindi po tayo sa general chat box po natin for the panelists so that we can see your questions. All right. So first we have from Alan Valencia, a question to our speaker. Why do you have to use deep learning instead of another algorithm? And how would you control unpredictability of deep learning?
Okay, and in case of the part picking, maybe about 5 years ago, we have used the more conventional method of learning-based method. But however, if we use the deep learning, all we have to do is to adjust the deep learning parameters and collect the training data. It is relatively, I think that it is very, very easy. On the other hand, by using the conventional method, we have to design the task in accordance with the feature of the task. Okay, and on the other hand, by using the deep learning, such feature of the task can be automatically included in the structure of the neural network. But this is also the problem, and we have to prepare a large number of training data and then automatically construct the features. So this is sometimes difficult. And also, we don't know the structure. Actually, we cannot visualize the features in the neural network. So this is a problem, and we are going to solve this problem. Okay. I hope this is the answer to your questions.
Thank you, Ken-san. Another question. I think Engineer Marin can also give his thoughts on this. Mr. Arnaldo de Guzman sees an opportunity in acquiring samples for RT-PCR lab test to eliminate contact between medtechs and patients with the technology that Professor Harada presented. Your thoughts on this, Engineer Marin?
Yes, this artificial intelligence or robotic manipulation is very useful, especially these times wherein as mechanical engineers, our main objective is public safety. So we can use and make use of these technologies to improve our lives and the production of in the manufacturing process and other industries.
Yeah, and we are collaborating with a lot of companies, and we are introducing technology to the real factories. So this is what we are doing right now. Thank you very much.
Right, so thank you very much for your answers. Tina, I believe there's another question for Professor Harada. This was typed in by one of our engineers. What are the challenge your research team has faced in the deep learning machine learning aspect during this research?
Okay, as I explained in the very first stage of my talk, and we are tracking the problem of the low volume high mix products production. Actually, this is a very, very difficult problem. And maybe you know that the factory has been moved from US to Japan because the labor cost of Japan is cheaper at that time. And then the factory has moved from Japan to China because the labor cost in China is lower than the labor cost of Japan. So if we introduce a robot to the production factory, we don't need to consider such problem. But in reality, the factory has been shifted to the company with low labor cost. So this is the reason why the problem we are tracking is very, very difficult. So by considering the simple assembly task, we just show some toy examples, frankly speaking. So in reality, we have to solve a lot more problems. And this is what we are researching right now. Thank you.
All right, we have another question from Mr. Valentin Jonathan Suazo. How do R&D in robotics program can be in-depthly and cheaply included for all engineering schools?
And so do you mean the education for undergraduate student or research level?
I think it applies to both, Ken-san.
Both, okay. And okay, in case of the laboratory, the professors has to know the reality of the robotic production. So I was from the National Institute of National Research Institute, and when I belonged to the National Research Institute, I visited the factory so many times and discussed with the engineers again and again. And I heard the lot of problems from the engineers. Then after I opened the laboratory, we are going to solve the problems which was claimed by the engineers when I visited the factory. So in any way, I think that we have to well recognize what is the problem. So this is the answer.
All right, thank you so much for that, Professor. Last question from our engineers. So this was also from the Q&A portion. Lastly, Professor Ken, how will AI or robots can complement human workers? How can PSME members make a career shift in robotic technologies? What are the basic fundamentals?
And currently, deep learning becomes very, very famous. And there are a lot of problems which has not been solved by using has not been solved has been solved by using the deep learning. And but as I told you, to completely replace the human worker by a robot is very difficult, even using the deep learning technologies. And actually, I'm considering why such production problem is difficult. So, but one of the answer is that if the human worker perform the assembly task, for example, by using like this, and the human use the sensing, human hand is very, very sensitive, and the human can detect the slight change of the tactile information. So I think that incorporation in the tactile sense information has to be more aggressively incorporated into the production system. And I think this will be the key technologies to increase the automation in the future, which has not been used in the current technology.
All right, just a follow-up for Engineer Marin. Maybe you can share your insights on this. Will investment cost for robotics be cheaper than human labor in terms of economics?
Actually, this is a very, very difficult problem. And I'm discussing with the engineering company, and they also always claim that the cost of the robot is very high, and it cannot replace the human workers. But at the same time, we are facing the aging society, and the number of labor is decreasing and decreasing. So I think that in the near future, we have to introduce the robot, even if the cost is a bit higher than the human worker. I think this is the answer.
Thank you for that, Tina.
Yes, we have a few more questions from our participants coming in. Let me just access that. All right, from Mr. Earl Stanley Leonardo, does this robotics can be used to revolutionize in productions and manufacturing processes and medical procedures, if ever?
Yeah, I think so. And however, there are a lot of things we have to research from now. But I believe that robotic technology can introduce a revolution in production system and also in the medical area, I believe. Thank you.
Now, Engineer Marin, we will address this question to you. If you have thoughts, how do R&D in robotics program can be in-depth and cheaply included for all engineering schools?
Yes, I think we should be prepared our future mechanical engineers for this technology, since we need this for the future. I think we should be in line and with the competence with our first with our ASEAN force, and hopefully we can have the assistance and support from the Japan Society of Mechanical Engineers in these technologies.
Thank you for that, sir.
Engineer Marin, another question for you from Sir Raymond Cancino. Do we need to focus on machine learning to grasp the principle of robotics and artificial intelligence?
I think Professor Harada can answer that.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Can you ask a question again? I'm sorry.
Yes, do we need to focus on machine learning to grasp the principle of robotics and artificial intelligence?
Of course, of course. Without using the deep learning, we have to specify the feature of the task by manually. So on the other hand, if, as I told you, by using the deep learning, only we have to do is to collect the training data and adjust parameter. Then the feature of the task can be automatically included in the neural network. This is very, very, very beneficial. And by using the deep learning can solve the many problems which has not been solved yet. So from now, also we have to use the deep learning technology.
Mm-hmm. Last question from Mr. Norman Binalya. What is the percentage of error for error identification, and how is quality guaranteed by robotic works?
Yes, and I showed the result of error identification and recovery. And to frankly speaking, we have much difficulty in adjusting the precision of the task.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that as far as I tried, the accuracy changes how we can design the error identification and error recovery system. So I'm sorry, but I cannot correctly answer the percentage. But the engineer often says that 96 or 97% is necessary to correctly perform the task. But we have to maybe currently we have 70 or 80%. So we have to further research and solve this problem.
Right. So thank you very much for answering our questions. Thank you so much, Engineer Marin, Eric De Luna, and of course, Professor Kensuke Harada. We will present to you a certificate of appreciation for sharing your expertise with us today.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat in Filipino. Thank you so much, sir. And before you go, sir, let us have a picture with you with the PSME's Board of Directors. Okay, open your cameras, everyone. So here is your certificate of appreciation. Thank you so much, Professor.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And just a quick photo up in 3, 2, 1, smile. Another one, and 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, Professor Engineer Marin. Thank you so much for your time. And I believe, thank you so much. Stay safe, sir. And we hope to see you again in our next conference. And Tina, we will present now our next international speaker.
Okay. So I think someone will be introducing our next international speaker. He is the president and general manager of ASM Tech Group Incorporated. He is a registered mechanical engineer, a professional mechanical engineer, a real estate broker, a real estate appraiser, and a master plumber, an Asian engineer, a certified fire safety practitioner, and a master of business administration, a lifetime member of PSME, He is the Vice President for Internal Affairs. Please welcome Engineer Loreto G. Catalan, PME.
Our speaker for this afternoon is a BS and MS degree holder in the Department of Mechanical Design and Production Engineering from Seoul National University, Korea. In year 2004, he finished his doctorate degree in mechanical engineering at University of Michigan, USA. At present, he is connected with Songkyung Kwan University as professor in the School of Mechanical Engineering. With his exposure in training and education, he will share to us his knowledge and expertise in the field of mechanical manufacturing with his topic entitled Smart Factory Technology Using Artificial Intelligence and Cyber Physical System, a case study on robot-based spot welding system. Fellow mechanical engineers, please welcome our speaker, Dr. Sang-Won Lee.
Hello, can you hear
Yes,
me?
sir. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so can I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so I think I have to minimize this.
It's there, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you very much for your warm introduction of mine. Okay, my name is Sang-Won Lee. I'm from Korea. I'm representing the Korean Society of Mechanical Engineers. I'm a general director of the KSME. It's actually my honor to make a presentation before PSME National Conference here. Okay, so as the chairperson introduced me, the speech title is the Smart Factory Technology using the AI and CPS. Especially, I talk about some case study on the robot-based spot welding system. This is a brief biographical information of mine. I studied in Seoul National University for my the bachelor and the master degree. I moved to the U.S. to study the manufacturing engineering in the University of Michigan. At the time, I studied especially for the machine tool design, and then I moved to the Songkyung Kwan University, which is among the top 5 universities in South Korea. Currently, it is actually owned by Samsung Foundation, and then my research area is basically the eco-friendly manufacturing. I also do the AI-based smart manufacturing, and also some design issue based on the data-driven approach. Before starting my presentation, I think most of the audience know the fourth industrial revolutions. So this is a mega technological trend around the world. Especially, I'm trying to use this concept to the manufacturing area to make the smartized factory. So this smart factory is some kind of entity combining all the cutting edge technologies under the fourth industrial revolutions. Okay, let me talk about the fourth industrial revolution briefly. This is actually the schematic diagram to represent the fourth industrial revolutions. Okay, so basically, under the fourth industrial revolution, the intelligence and information can be combined together. So by combining these two concepts, we are using the key technologies such as artificial intelligence, software technology, big data, IoT, cloud, and so forth. In addition to that, the blockchain technology can also support this kind of a whole information and the intelligence structures to improve our current the technology to meet the requirement for the fourth industrial revolutions. As I mentioned in this the text, these are the key technologies we can think of during the fourth industrial revolution, like IoT, robotics, VR, AI, and so forth. What about smart factory? I think the smart factory can be defined like a flexible system that can self-optimize the performance across the broader network, self-adapt and learn from new conditions in real or the near real time, and autonomously run entire production processes. This is actually the snapshot from the German demonstrative factory, which is Armbek factory. This is some kind of a genesis of the smart factory in the practical way. And then we try to actually implement this kind of elemental technology in a real factory to make the factory more smarter. So based on several years of the research on the smart factory in my laboratory, I actually defined the 4 key elements of the smart factory. First of all, we have to sample the big data. We also need to sample we also need to analyze the sampled data to produce the useful information. So the big data sampling and analysis is one key element to develop the smart factory successfully. After sample the big data, we definitely need the management system. So the data size is huge. So that means we need the server, even the cloud and platform system to properly handle the collected data, and then also save the new data. We can also handle the some kind of a proper analytics on the big data system. In addition to that, the cyber-physical system is another key element of the smart factory. The cyber-physical system is some kind of linkage between the physical space and the cyberspace. So these physical elements can be modeled in the cyberspace, and then we can implement such a software system based on the AI or optimization or PHM. So I will talk about the PHM more detail in the later slide. So this CPS also enable some kind of a process data and to make the useful information for human workers or the human operator to make optimal decisions. Lastly, but not the least, this operator-friendly interface also another important key element. Even though our AI module can produce the useful information, if such a useful information cannot be delivered to the human operator or the human workers properly, that information could be useless. So in that sense, we may need to use the some kind of advanced technology like augmented reality, virtual reality, and extended reality technology to make this interface more friendly, more intuitive, and so forth. So by combining these 4 key elements, I think the smart factory can be effectively and successfully realized. Okay, among the many among the main element of technology of the smart factory technologies, I specifically take the PHM, which is the prognostics and health management technique. Okay, so actually we have 4 different stages of the prognostics and health management. Okay, and then we firstly monitor the system. Okay, so and then the condition monitoring system should be developed to properly monitor, to properly assess the current status of the system, equipment, and processes. And then we have to detect if there's any fault, right? So, I'm sorry. So in that sense, we need to develop the fault detection system if there is any significant change compared to the normal stage. But until in this stage, we don't know what kind of fault is. We know there is a fault. However, we don't know such a fault. In that case, we also need to develop the fault diagnosis system. Okay, so we have to find some kind of major cause to generate such the fault. And then we also need to know what kind of fault we have right now. And the next one is more challenging, the task fault prognosis. We have to predict when the fault will be more serious. So in that case, we can actually predict some kind of a remaining useful life, how long we can use such a components in the future. So these four the stages can be combined together to realize the prognostics and health management technique. And then by using this kind of the research directions, we can actually shift our maintenance paradigm from fail and fix to the predict and prevent. In order to realize the PHM technique in the research and research community and the practical community, we had two different approach. First one is a physics-based approach. Second one is data-driven approach. Physics-based approach is quite simple because if we know the mathematical model or the physical model of the mechanical system, we don't need such many data because we also know the theory and the laws to govern such a behavior of the mechanical system. And then we can actually use such a mathematical formula to build the model of the mechanical system. However, the number of the mechanical system which we can model with a physics-based approach is very few because our mechanical system is so complex, it is not easy to model our mechanical system with a simple mathematical formula or the theory. So that's the reason a lot of people talking about the data these days. If we have input data and output data, however, we don't know the system at all. So the data-driven approach can be renamed as a black box approach because if we have input and output, we can just use such a data to train those black box model based on the artificial intelligence algorithm. So that data-driven approach is quite useful for the mechanical system modeling, which we don't know that the mathematical and the physical, the mechanics very well. However, we definitely need many data. That means we need many experiments. It requires a lot of time. And also because we have many data, we have, advanced computing technology, advanced server technology, and so forth. As I mentioned, we have the advantages and disadvantages of both technologies. That's the reason these days we try to combine these two technologies together to produce the hybrid approach. We try to use the advantage of both approaches, and we try to minimize the disadvantages of the both approach by applying this hybrid approach. So this is actually the general step for the PHM. So first of all, we have to select the target. So we cannot solve every problem. So that's the reason we have to select the proper subject, right? So we have to find, for example, the target equipment, like an industrial robot. We also need to think of the target process, such as a machining process, for example. And then we cannot solve every failure mode. So in that case, we have to find the very important and significant and critical failures among many. So that's the reason we have to introduce the failure mode and effect analysis to find the critical failure mode from the many failure modes in a mechanical system. After defining the target system and the target failure mode, we have to select the sensors. We have many sensors, but we have to select the proper and optimal sensors for the physical quantity, So like a force sensor, vibration sensor, and also the control and the, another internal sensor could be used to select a lot of to collect a lot of data. And then we also set up the sampling strategy of the data, right? So we have to determine the sampling frequency and the sampling time, and then how many sensors we have. And we also need to decide where we have to attach the sensors. So such a the selection of the sensor process has been proceeded, and then we start to collect the data. After collecting data, we have to find the useful information. So all the data is not useful. Sometimes the data includes the noise, data includes the non-useful information. So we have to collect, we have to extract the useful feature, okay, from the data we collected. So here, so this is actually the example of the features like root mean squares, variance, okay, and the maximum, and the crest factor, and so forth. Those are the statistical features we can actually extract from the time domain data from our the sensors. And then we also need to find the critical feature to best classify either normal state or the faulty state, right? I think I have to check the, okay, sorry about that. So for example, if we choose this feature, so the blue color means the normal state, and the red color is the faulty state. By selecting this feature, we can easily differentiate the normal state and the faulty state. However, if we choose this kind of feature, so the red means the faulty state, blue means the normal state, okay? However, those two results are overlapped. So that means we cannot differentiate. So we have to follow such a procedure to find the best feature to classify either normal or faulty state. After finding these best features, we have to use the artificial intelligence algorithm to set up the pH model, okay? So this feature will be the input to this model, and then we actually label the results either normal or the faulty, right? We can use the various AI algorithms, and then we can also find the best model based on the k-fold cross-validation approach. These are the overall procedure how we can proceed our PHM research, okay? And then let me show you the detailed case study from now on. Before starting talking about the case study, I also try to explain the cyber-physical system in more detail, okay? As I already mentioned, this is an interconnected system between physical space and the cyberspace, okay? The physical space includes the equipment and the processes and so forth. And then to this equipment, we actually apply the sensor or the sensor network to collect the data. This data can be collected together to the data server, right? And then this data can be processed and then transferred to the cyberspace where such many algorithms, many software modules already implemented. So by using the various software modules inside the cyberspace, we can process the data. We can actually produce the useful information to, to make the human workers made the good decision. And then this information can be transferred to the server and transmitted to the operator-friendly the interface to visualize such information for the human worker quickly and intuitively know the status of the current equipment or the current process, and then they will do their after actions. So this is actually the overall framework of the research I have been doing for the PHM area. And then let me show you the case study. Specifically, I'm trying to show the case study on the robot-based power welding system. This power welding process has been frequently used in an automobile factory. During the automobile assembly process, they use the the spot welding the robot, and then they do the thousands of spot welding process in one car body. So this is overall the snapshot for the all PHM research and the CPS development. Okay, let me show you the video clip of the spot welding process. I think, can you see? You know, this spot welding robot has been installed in my laboratory. Our students and myself am doing this kind of research together. So here we have the thin plate made by mild steel, and this 6-axis industrial robot with the welding gun, and then the welding gun actually made the resistance spot welding at the sheet of the metals. Okay, so during the this kind of the welding process, so we actually follow the failure mode and effect analysis. I'm sorry for the Korean characters. Actually it was not actually possible to translate into the English at this moment. But anyhow, we just follow the failure mode and the effect analysis. We find this angular misalignment of the electrode is the very critical area. Very critical failure. So to be properly monitored and diagnosed during the welding process. So because of this kind of misalignment, okay, this is actually the normal state of the weld nugget. It's pretty, the clean surface with this kind of a weld nugget. However, in the case of the misalignment, have the angular misalignment like that, like alpha. So in the case of the 5 degree for the alpha angle, we have this kind of porosity. Porosity is not definitely good for the weld nugget. It actually, reduce the weld strength, so we must avoid. However, this is actually the defect inside the weld nugget. It is not easily detected from outside. So in order to detect this porosity, we have to cut the weld, and that means it is not possible during the in process of the welding process. So we have to attach the many sensors, and then we have to collect the data, and then by processing such data, we have to predict if there is any defect or not. Okay. And in addition to that, we also looking at some kind of physical model of this the weld process. During the spot welding process, this dynamic resistance curve is very critical profile, okay, to be used for diagnosing either the good weld or the bad weld. So we try to combine the data-driven approach and physics-based approach together to increase the accuracy of model we created in the future, okay? So this is actually the second the stage of the PHM. So we select the 5 sensors, okay? So 2 accelerometers right here, and the 1 acoustic emission sensors, okay? And also we attach the current sensors and the voltage sensors. And this is actually the sensor and the data collection, the information. We did the 1,200 experiments, 600 healthy condition, 640 data. And this is actually the sensor, the sampling, the information during the data collection the stage. Here you can see the various sensor signals from these 5 sensors. And then if you're looking at these 2 figures at the bottom, the left data shows the normal data. The red, the right figure shows the abnormal data, which is misalignment. But by just looking at these 2 signals, it's pretty hard to differentiate the difference, right? So we definitely need to process this data to obtain the useful feature. And then in the third stage of the PHM, we actually, in order to obtain the useful features, we actually apply the wavelet transform, wavelet decomposition approach, and then we actually decompose the time domain signal into the 12, the coefficient of the wavelet, the decomposed the frequency band. And each coefficient, from each coefficient, we also find the the statistical features like minimum, maximum, root mean square, and so forth. And then totally we have 420 features. See, 5 sensors, 12 coefficients, 7 values. But this is just for one experiment. As I mentioned, we have 1,200 experiment. We have so-called mass data, big data. And that in order to increase the usefulness of the feature to be used for the AI modeling, we just actually apply the feature selection method like maximum relevance and minimal redundancy filter. We try to maximize the relevance and minimize the redundancy among the features. We can also use the wrapper technique to optimize the number of features to produce the highest accuracy of the model, highest accuracy to the final model. So by this schematic diagram shows the process how we can apply this MRMR and the SBS wrapper approach. And then similarly, we actually, this is actually a data-driven approach. We just actually process the sensor data. In the case of the physics approach, we actually analyze the dynamic resistance profile. And then from this profile, we select the 11 features. Okay. And then among 11 features, we just find the highly sensitive features, okay, to classify either normal and faulty. So here, for example, the first rank, which is resistance of the initial point, is kind of very good features to differentiate the normal and the faulty state very well. So from the t-test, we just find the lowest p-value, which is less than 5%. And then these top 6 features can be selected for the future modeling of the AI algorithm. So by actually using this data and this feature, okay, so we just have the 12 features from this data-driven approach. We also have 6 features from the physics-based approach. We just combine those two together. So from this, we have 12 features. From this physics-based approach, we have 6 features. These 18 features can be input to the 2 representative machine learning algorithms. First one is SVM, which is a kernel support vector machine. The second is a neural network. And this resulting confusion matrix shows you the diagnosis accuracy. As you can see here, neural network shows the better accuracy, whose total accuracy is 99%, is higher than 99% in the laboratory scale. After finishing this AI modeling, we can actually create the CPS. As you can see here, this is a physical space. This is actually the industrial robot in our lab. And then we attach this gateway. And then the function of this gateway is to transfer this data to the server. This is actually the virtual, the space, which is a cyberspace. So this is a physical space, the ecosystem and the robot and the gateway system. This is inside the server. Inside the server, we have AI-based models. And then those data can be transferred into the server. And along this flow chart, and those data can be processed to produce the useful information for the users. And this web API is kind of an interface between the physical space and the cyberspace. And then this actually shows, the deliver the useful information for the human operator if there is any faulty state, the mode at the world or not. So this is actually the overall the structure of the CPS, and then this is actually the final developed the web-based API. Okay, this is actually the snapshot of the front page of the cyber physical system, the web program. Okay. Okay, so I think this is actually all I prepared for tonight, the presentation. Thank you for your attention. Okay, I pretty much enjoy my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Now we will be opening the floor for the questions of our participants. So may I
Okay.
give the first one, sir? How can robots be competent for difficult tasks such as corner welding, pipeline, deep welding, and etc.?
Oh, actually, that's actually another application of the industrial robot these days. However, in my research at this moment, we specifically focus on the spar welding for the car body. So in case study, I developed some kind of a jig for the experimental system. So this is actually the very simple resistance spar welding process for the thin metal sheets. However, it can extend it. But my research purpose is rather focused on the diagnosis of the faulty the mode during the process. So that the specific other welding process is not our interest at this moment, but we definitely can extend this the robot-based welding system to the other the application of the welding. Okay, thank you for the question.
All right, thank you for that.
Another-
Yeah, we just like acknowledge the presence, Tina, of course, Mr. Loreto Catalan. He's right here. His physical presence, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hi, how are you?
Good afternoon, sir. Okay, sige, Tina, go ahead. Go ahead, Tina.
Yes, since Mr. Loreto is with us, I think he can answer this question from Mr. Rodney Abibuag. Sir, your thoughts po, if we replace human workers to robot workers in our current situation in our country, can this be helpful for the unemployed?
Okay. So can you, I mean, can I hear your question again? So I just missed some part of your question.
Yes, because here in our country, we are currently facing unemployment problems because
okay.
of the COVID-19 pandemic. So if we will be replacing human workers to robot workers, do you think our current situation here in the Philippines can be helpful for those who lost their jobs, or
Okay.
will it highlight the problem more?
Well, it's very the difficult question, I guess. It is not the I don't think there's any simple answer for that. But firstly, this kind of unmanned, sometimes automated welding process can be applied to any automated factory at this moment. But you know, this kind of unemployment, the situation. But you know, if even though I am doing this kind of autonomous concept of the smart factory, but still there is a lot of things we have to develop. So that means we still need the human workers in a factory at this moment, even though we try to build the smart factory. And also, I'm trying to emphasize that smart factory is not just the full automation. So because we definitely need the human workers. It is not like the humanless factory. It is more like a collaborative factory between human and robot, I guess. So that's the reason in the smart factory area, the human-robot collaboration is the most important concept these days. So it's not just for the full automation. Maybe we have to develop some kind of way how we can get along with the robot system for the human workers. So I think there should be some collaboration. And then definitely, this robot can help the human increase their efficiency. For example, as mentioned by the previous Japanese professor, the aging society, the people losing their power. So this robot can help for factory workers to gain more power, something like that. So this kind of a collaboration things is another important element in smart factory. And in that sense, I think the smart factory can help this kind of unemployment situation better.
Baka Engineer Loreto. Maybe Engineer Loreto can have some insights on that, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, since local setting naman.
Yes, local setting. Yes.
Okay. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Actually, Nag-i-echo ba? Bawal.
Anyway, sige. Sige, Tina, while waiting for Engineer Loreto, go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, Professor Won
Yes.
Lee.
Yes.
Yes, just to follow just a follow up to that question. We just want to know in Korea, since you are talking about collaboration of human service and also robotics, what is the perfect balance or the perfect percentage of this collaboration? Is it 50% robots, 50%
Oh.
human work?
Let's see the ratio, right? Human to robot ratio.
Well, it's another pretty challenging question too. Well, I don't think it is possible to answer that kind of a quantifiable measures, but it depends on the process. For example, especially for the lifting up the heavy items, I think a robot can do the more than 50%. And also moving the one material to the another, moving material to the one station to the another station, the robot can do more than maybe 80%, I guess. However, maybe the certain process like maybe the assembly, so maybe the human worker probably need to locate the certain material, and then the robot will pick up something like that. So still the robot process much more simpler than the human workers' operations. So I think we have to divide robot tasks and the human tasks. And then we try to build some kind of linkage between a more complicated human task and a little simpler robot task. As a summary, I don't think it is possible to produce any ratio between human and robot, but I can say it depends on the process, but we have to define the tasks of the human operator and the robot very carefully, and then we can actually assess such a ratio afterwards.
Another question, sir. What is the time frame from one of our attendees? What is the time frame where robotics will be fully used in manufacturing, and is human intervention will it still be needed for job security purposes?
Well, it is not only for the robot. Under this kind of fourth industrial revolution age, there's kind of a very challenging for the simple task, because the simple task getting replaced by AI and other advanced technologies at this moment. That's the reason we have to define the new job functions for the human operator in the smart factory, I guess. And also the full usage of the robot, for example, 100% robot. Well, I can say it's more than 20 years for my personal things, because, there's one example, the Tesla. It's famous, the electric car company in the United States. The Tesla originally tried to build the full automated factory, which was operated by 100% robot. But at that time, there is a huge problem on the quality control, because the robot was not perfect enough compared to the human operator. So I think there's some kind of a current status of the robot technology, I guess. So after, the inputting the human operator to the Tesla plant, their quality is getting improved. So that's some kind of one big examples why the 100% robot in right now is not, some kind of right solution for the smart factory. I can say maybe at least 10 years. Okay, so maybe 20 years. That's some kind of the guess. The robot can replace all the tasks in a factory, I guess.
Right.
Professor,
So
go
ahead, Tina.
From
Tina.
a wider perspective, are robots more economical and cost efficient for industries?
Yeah, in long term, I think if robot can do the efficient the task, so I think maybe the robot could be more economical. I know it is initial investment cost is pretty high, but these days a robot is good enough in terms of the quality, and that if we develop the very good, the control strategy for the robot, I think in the long run, the robot could be the more economical to accomplish the complicated task. You know, the human wage getting higher and higher, and also the knowledge can be sometimes not properly transferred to the next workers. So by actually, the assessing the overall, so I think the robot factory can be more economical than the traditional factory in the future.
All right, so thank you so much, Professor Sang-Won Lee, for your time. But before we let you go, we would just like to present to you this
Thank you very
certificate
much.
of appreciation, as we can show it to our screens.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and we could see, Tina and I could see on the chat box that our participants really enjoyed your presentation.
Oh,
And,
thank you so much.
Yes, so
Oh,
this
it's
is
very
our
nice.
certificate of appreciation. Thank you so much, sir, and would like to invite our board of directors to please open your cameras. Quick
Okay.
photo off with Professor Sang-Won Lee. All right, so here we go. 3, 2, 1. One more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much, Professor
Okay.
Sang-Won Lee.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
감사합니다.
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 감사합니다. Okay. Wow, Tina, grabe. The wonders of technology, robotics, and AI. We're not mechanical engineers, but you know how this profession really, innovates and creates a whole new world, diba?
Correct, and and that's a kind of a world that we want to look forward to. Something that is modern, something that can generate solutions to current problems and even to further problems, and something that can make our life easier, diba?
Yes.
And we may be far from countries in different time zones or living in different places in the Philippines, yet it feels as if we're together in one place, in sync by our mission to contribute to the enhancement of science and technology and uplift the engineering profession.
All right, so
But
thank you
Tina,
so much
Meg,
again.
let's
Yes.
ask Engineer Loretta first a question regarding our presentation earlier. You
Okay.
asked
Sir.
the engineer, yes.
Yes, engineer, are you there, sir? Engineer Loreto?
Hello?
Kindly unmute, sir. Kindly unmute. Okay, so just fixing something, si Engineer Loreto as he introduced Professor Sang-Won Lee. And actually, may tanong ako for Engineer Loreto in relation to, of course, robotics and AI and how this will, affect the future. Yan, si Sir, maganda nasa virtual studio natin. Sir, ano pong insights ninyo, sir, na with regards to the Philippine setting in relation to Professor Won Lee's presentation?
Yeah,
Sige, sir.
oh,
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
yeah. Oh, the
Go
topic
ahead.
is interesting actually, especially to the those who are work in the manufacturing plant. So it is will gain knowledge to all mechanical engineers. So actually, even though we have robotics technology now, so there is still a human intervention because a human is the one to create that robot.
Correct.
That's it.
Correct. Okay, so even though we are shifting to AI and robotics, mahalaga pa rin, di ba, Tina?
Yes, sabi
Ang
nga.
skill ng human.
Yes, sabi nga, di ba, walang perfect formula to get that perfect ratio or perfect balance, but definitely dapat may collaboration between AI and human service. But ang additional question ko kay engineer, ano po yung top 3 business trades? This is coming from Mr. Dennis Bigay. What are the top 3 business trades that can adhere to these technologies, considering the small to medium scale industries? Is it also applicable to MSE, sir?
Diyan pa po ba si Engineer Loreto? I think he stepped out the virtual studio, but I hope he heard our question. Yan, he's back.
Okay.
Sir. Yan.
For the top three, I think information technology and manufacturing plant, and also for the production. So especially when we are working with the robotics industry, and also with this situation, the pandemic situation, we are now in the Internet of Things. So we need all that technology. By doing that, the technology on computer generation is very important. So we have to learn on the technology. So for industrial 4.0, that is the Internet of Things. So everybody of us should learn how to operate the system on all the concerns with regards to the information technology.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Engineer Loreto Catalan. So much insights from our international speakers. Of course, Professor Sangwon Lee right there, who just presented his thoughts and work to our Filipino engineers. And Tina, this is just the first day of the 7-day event. We will have the 10th Student National Conference tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. and by Monday until Friday. Kaya seryosong aralan na to.
Grabe ha, tomorrow, kahit na Sunday, talagang tuloy-tuloy pa rin po ang pag-acquire natin ng kaalaman. And imagine there are about 60 research and technical presentations na pwede pong tutukan ng ating mga engineers para mas lumawak pa po ang kanilang kaalaman. Kung puno ang ating opening ceremony, mas magiging malaman ang mga susunod na araw.
And to have an idea of what's to come, let's watch this.
The vision of the society to become the ultimate prime mover of Philippine industrialization and a steward of the development of the mechanical engineering profession.
A country cannot be industrialized if there are no machines, there are no technologies, and engineers are part of this.
Our vision is to become the ultimate prime mover of Philippine industrialization and the steward of the development of mechanical engineering profession. Our ultimate goal is to become powerful, influential, and relevant organization.
This year's NatCon is very different because we're going to do it virtually and can be attended by all mechanical engineers all over the world, wherever you are.
All right. Thank you so much. Magkano pa pala? Okay, so maraming salamat po. That was a great culmination video. Ang dami po nating natutunan today. Meanwhile, Tina, nag-shoutout tayo kanina. Baka yung mga nandito pa gusto magpa-shoutout din sa mga chapters nila. So, ito, basahin ko muna isa. PSME Rinconada Chapter. Maraming salamat po. Good afternoon to you. Wihil Aswan, Camarines Sur.
Yes, mag-send lamang po kayo ng mga emojis or comments dito po sa aming comment box para mabasa po namin. Meron po from Metro South Chapter mula kay Miss Sheila Ramos. Good evening. And it was a good day for PSME 6 NAPCON. Kudos to everyone from the Central Laguna Chapter. Maraming salamat po. And maraming nagtatanong, Migs, kung meron bang CPD units ang pagpunta nila or ang pag-attend nila dito sa NatCon.
Aba, dapat meron. Meron. At yun nga kasi sa mga survey questions natin kanina, ano po ang kanilang motivation para po mag-attend is to get CPD units. So just check with your organization or your chapter para po makuha natin yung CPD units. Ayan na, ito na. Nagsha-shoutout na PSME Bahrain, PSME UP students, nako sunod-sunod na PSME Sultan Kudarat. Magandang hapon po sa inyo.
Meron din tayo from Jeddah Chapter, Polomolok Chapter members, Mandaluyong Chapter, Nueva Ecija Chapter, and of course, Singapore.
Western Batangas, Ligan Bay Chapter, Qatar Chapter, Ballarat Chapter, Abu Dhabi. Hello po and good afternoon sa inyo.
Okay, ang bilis ng oras, Migs. We only have less than 15 minutes to go, pero ang dami nating natutunan and we look forward to the next days dahil marami pa po matututunan ng ating mga mechanical engineers, bata man or senior members. I'm sure you will get a lot of knowledge this coming days. Nakita po natin yung schedule kanina. You have afternoon and evening sessions. And of course, Migs, yun nga, ang ibabalita mo, may CPD units ang kanilang
CPD units, ayan. Good news, merong CPD units ang kanilang pag-attend today. And yun nga, marami nga tayong mga natutunan, marami tayong mga nakuha at napulot sa future ng Pilipinas pagdating sa mechanical engineering. Thank you so much po sa lahat ng mga engineers and participants that went today. Hindi pa naman talaga to totally matatapos. After ng ating program, meron pang open chess tournament na mangyayari and induction of the new technical division chairs and members. So, wag po kayong aalis.
Grabe, ang daming ganap. Talaga namang nakakatuwa po. But we have to end the opening ceremony though. Thank you very much for joining us today. Salamat.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tina. The 68th PSME National Conference opening ceremony is brought to you by United Far East Company or RIGID, Alstra Concepcion Industrial Corporation, and Supreme Steel Pipe Corporation.
We are hosted by the Dr. Carl Balita Review Center's Virtual Interactions, Conferences, and Events, or CBRC Vice, headed by the Creative Director, Jeric David, and Technical Director, Orlando Alvarez. For your events management needs, please contact CBRC Vice at 0977-683-3173. Maraming salamat po. Sana po makita pa po namin kayo sa mga susunod na NatCon. This is Tina Marasigan.
At Radyo Negosyo po ni Dr. Carl Balita. Tonight po yan sa DZMM Teleradyo. Ako po si Mix Bustos. See you again. And this is the 68th PSME National Virtual Conference.
Thank you, partner.
Thank you, partner Tina. Sa ulitin. Maraming salamat po. God bless.
God bless at Megs.
Thank you, sir. Maraming salamat po. Tina, partner.
Thank you.
Ulitin.
Thank you, Migs. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Megs.
Thank you, everyone.
By the Megs.
Yes.
I'd like to answer officially yung question kanina about sa CPD points.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Officially, I'd like to announce the approval of the CPD Council of Mechanical Engineering of our program. I mean the whole program. So mayroon tayong 0.5 units, full CPD units per 1 hour of technical topics. So that's all. So most likely, since kasi 63 yung topics natin, the attendee could earn the maximum of probably 30 units, full units.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good news.
Good
Okay,
news.
that's good news.
Congratulations.
Yes, can we hear from you po? Sige po, Ma'am Melanie.
Yes,
Yeah.
after the exit of our MCs, all members, please don't don't leave the zone.
Saan mo yung boses mo? Mel, may sumigaw
Yeah,
ka.
to all our members, we will still have induction of the new sets of officers of the technical divisions. Please stay and witness the oath-taking of the new sets of officers. Ayan, I think we will proceed immediately, di ba?
Sir, we'll play the videos first po muna
Okay.
para po break for a while.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
For those who are seeking for an advancement in your mechanical engineering practice without having the risk to travel just to attend a training, here is a great opportunity now. The 68th PSME National Conference is the first ever PSME virtual conference for the mechanical engineers. Register now and be part of a history in the mechanical engineering profession.
How many of you would want to advance your professional career and gain more engineering knowledge without having the risk of traveling to technical trainings? If your answer is yes, then you are in the right place. The 68th Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers National Virtual Conference.
Register now.
To all professional mechanical engineers, certified plant mechanic, I am personally inviting those who haven't registered yet to the PSME 68th National Conference, the first ever and the only virtual NatCon. We will be working in tandem with a non-professional virtual production provider to come up with a package that will surely be worth your time and investment. Register now and be part of this historic event. Thank you and see you all virtually.
Because travels and gatherings are limited during this time of pandemic, we will be bringing the PSME 68 National Virtual Conference at your fingertips and at the comfort of your home. Join us on October 17 to 24, live via Zoom.
The one and only review center hosting big events has gotten bigger and wider. From final coaching attended by hundreds and thousands of reviewees in one venue. Film production. Film screenings. Theatrical plays. Charity events. Concerts. Comes CBRC Vice, your go-to events management needs for anything physical, virtual, or remote. Live reviews. Digital review exclusives. CBRC.tv. Webinars. To concerts. CBRC Vice Virtual Interaction, Conferences and Events, trusted by business executives, the academe, and the entertainment industry. Includes technical support, video recording, live streaming. For inquiries, please contact Orlando Alvarez at 0977-683-3173.
Ma'am Grace, doon na lang po kayo sa stage. Gamit na lang po ng mic.
This pandemic has greatly affected our organization.
Before COVID-19, we provide face-to-face seminars and trainings.
Well, the future of PSME would depend upon the members supporting it and also the leaders that would be proactive.
But we were able to apply our innovative culture by adapting to change. We are about to successfully conduct this event through virtual platform very successfully.
The industrialization continues.
A country cannot be industrialized if there are no machines, there are no technologies, and engineers are part of this.
The country's future is in our hands.
As an organization, issuing our technical position on public issues, especially those affecting the public safety.
The future of PSME is to be globally recognized organization that is powerful, influential, and relevant.
It is within our reach.
The advantage of COVID is we were given 3 seminars, webinars. That's our first certification program for projects management certified by PSME.
Nothing's gonna stop us here.
We envision PSME to lead this country towards industrialization. We have seen how the Filipino mechanical engineers help in the industrialization of other countries. Why can't we do it for our own nation?
a PSME Virtual NatCon.
Deeply concerned both by the alarming levels of spread and severity. We have therefore made the assessment that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
Dumaan ng ilang araw. Nagdaan ng ilang buwan.
Umabot na sa bare months.
Mukhang COVID-19
ang ihahain sa Noche Buena.
Kumusta ka?
Oo nga, kumusta ka na, engineer?
Ang hirap, ano?
Iba-iba man siguro yung sitwasyon.
Karanasan natin.
Paniguradong may kanya-kanya tayong
Kwentong pandemya.
Isang malaking dago.
Ang pinagdadaanan natin.
Ito'y naging isang sagisag.
Sa mga hilahil.
Pagsubok.
at di pagkakaunawaan. Pero hindi tayo pasisiil.
Hindi tayo mapapagod.
Dahil
Yes, Engineer Grace.
What's up, Grace?
Good evening, everyone.
Nag-e-echo. Hello, hello.
Hi, BPT.
Ma'am, sir, pwede yung stage na lang po ang gagamitin natin sa gitna kasi pag lahat po kayo nagbubukas dyan, mag-feedback po talaga siya.
Hello.
Because travels and gatherings are limited during this time of pandemic, we will be bringing the PSME 68 National Virtual Conference at your fingertips and at the comfort of your home. Join us on October 17 to 24, live via Zoom.
for
on those who are seeking for an advancement in your mechanical engineering practice without having the risk to travel just to attend a training, here is a great opportunity now. The 68th PSME National Conference is the first ever PSME virtual conference for the mechanical engineers. Register now and be part of a history in the mechanical engineering profession.
How many of you would want to advance your professional career and gain more engineering knowledge without having the risk of traveling to technical trainings? If your answer is yes, then you are in the right place. The 68th Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers National Virtual Conference.
Register now.
Good evening, everyone. Today marks another milestone to the PSME history as we gather here for the 68th NatCon, the very first virtual national conference. And luckily, we at the technical divisions were able to organize this kind of induction ceremony as part of the event. Let us start this short program by having a short prayer from Engineer Jonathan San Juan, the NatCon's production chairman.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, we open this part of the program to lift up to you the new officers and members of the PSME Technical Division. Bless them as they give their time to this endeavor. Make them perform their roles in true and genuine servanthood to the PSME, and most especially to the mechanical engineers of our nation. This we ask of you in the mighty name of your Son, Jesus. Amen. In the name of the Father, of the Son, of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much, Sir Jonathan. Again, good evening, everyone. Good evening to our fellow delegates here at the 68th National Conference. Again, we are saying thank you for the NatCon organizers for having the technical divisions induction happen today at this very momentous event. Now with this, let us all welcome. A welcome remarks will be delivered from the person behind the technical division. Let us all welcome our very own Vice President for Technical Affairs. Everyone, a round of applause for Engineer Cesar Lim.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This will be the first virtual TD induction. I welcome you to this event, and I think there will be 3 technical divisions of new officers that will be inducted tonight. So welcome and enjoy the show. Thank you very much. Grace? Wala kang sound, wala kang sound. Wala kang sound, Grace.
Okay, very much, Sir Cesar, for that warm welcome. Again, in behalf of the PSME NatCon organizers, the PSME national boards, and of course, we have the technical divisions, members and officers, we welcome you to this induction ceremony of our 3 technical divisions. Okay, so now I think let's have the presentation of each technical divisions. We will be presenting the officers of each division. Okay, can I have? Let us all welcome from the PSME Fire Protection Technical Division. We have here their very own chairman, Engineer Paul Ryan Roque. Okay, for the members, they have Engineer James Abarca, Engineer Jaime Reyes, Engineer Armando Imata, and of course, we have Engineer Rodel Panghulan, Engineer Ronel Baez, Engineer Ryan Icano, Engineer Loreto Catalan, and the NatCon Chairman, Engineer Jerry Asuncion, Engineer Rodel Panes, Engineer Danilo Cabrera, Engineer Arnold Berriawel, and of course, we also have Engineer Edwin Soriano. From one of the technical division also. Everyone, let us all welcome from Safety, Engineering, and Health Technical Divisions. We have here the chairman, the very active chairman, Engineer Romeo G. Francisco Jr. The vice chairman of the PSME Safety, Engineering, and Health Technical Division, and also the PSME National Secretary, everyone, Engineer Melanie Banayos. Secretary, let's all welcome Engineer John Paulo Lazaro. Engineer Jose Florencio Losa. Hello, sir. Kumusta po? And of course, their auditor, Engineer Ferdinand Agtarap. Marketing Promotion Officers, they have Engineer Normandi A. Chan and Engineer Narciso M. Pasuelo. Professional Development, everyone, Engineer Edgardo Galindez. Okay. They have Engineer Alan Cuya, Engineer Darwin Roque, and of course, Engineer Enrico Ramirez. Hello, sirs. Good evening po. They also have the Director for Foreign OSH Practices. We have Engineer Bonifacio Merano Jr. Hello, sir. Thank you very much. And of course, they have the consultant directors, Engineer Alexander Trillana, Engineer Danilo Cabrera, and Engineer Larry Ceril. Okay, that's it for the technical divisions, Safety, Engineering, and Health division. From the Boiler Pressure Vessel and Piping Technical Division. Everyone, let us all welcome the Chairman and CEO, Engineer Simon P. Turno III. Chairman, Engineer Gideon Molieno. Hello, sir. Good evening po. Engineer Joel Gerado. Hello, sir. And they have the Secretary, Engineer Ariel San Juan. And of course, the Treasurer, Engineer Ronaldo Ata. Hello, sir, all the way from Batangas. And also, we have their auditor, Engineer Restituto Oliver Salazar. Okay, and there you go. We have their working committees. So for planning, organizing, and development, we have Engineer Rene Hinolan. Hello, sir. Good evening po. And for membership, Engineer Kirby Iyala. We have Engineer Rayel Vivo. Hello, sir. And of course, for the publication, Engineer Restituto Salazar. Professional practice is Engineer Kirkpatrick Corrales. The technical conference, Engineer Fortunato Aliling. And we have the research and development, Engineer Ariel P. San Juan Jr. The codes and standard committee, we have Engineer Gideon Doy Molieno. And for the continuing professional development or the CPD, we have Engineer Joel Gerado. And for the skill certification program, Engineer Joe Jim E. Acetre. And of course, their ethics committee, of course, we have Engineer Ronald O. Ata. Okay, I remember that we are doing the boiler conference before way back 2018, I think, at the Alabang area. Okay, Thank you very much for that. And that's all for the list of our inductees for tonight's event. Now let us have a charging. Let's have the charging of the TD Governing Board to be led us by the Vice President for Technical Affairs. Everyone, again, let us all welcome Engineer Cesar Lim.
I'll now start with the charting of the officers. The office to which you have been elected is one of dignity and importance. In accepting, nakaano ako? Tama. I thought I was muted. Okay. In accepting this office, undertake a responsibility which is not to be assumed lightly nor carelessly discharged. You are charged with the duties of seriously and resolutely furthering the objectives of the society, the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers, with the Constitution and bylaws and the manual of operations as your guide. You must be ever ready to exercise the function of the office which you are entrusted. Further, you are charged with governing the society according to the laws of democracy, under which laws every man who wishes to speak shall be heard, and towards the end, that in every matter considered, the best option shall prevail through the express will of the majority and the best course of action followed. Do you accept this charge?
Yes, we accept.
Yes, we accept.
Yes,
We accept, sir.
accept.
Thank you very much, everyone. Again, can we hear? Do you accept the charge, officers?
Yes.
Yes,
I am.
We accept the charge.
Loud and clear, they accept the being the officers. Now let us proceed to the induction of these officers. Let us all have the very active and supportive national president. Everyone, for the induction ceremony, let us all welcome the national president, Dr. Jeffrey F. Singson.
Thank you very much, Engineer Grace. Appointed officers, please stand. Ayan, tayo na lang lahat. Oh, kunwari nakatayo kayo sa video. Okay, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. Okay. I state your name.
I,
Lorenzo Losa.
after having been appointed as state the position.
After having been appointed
as Director for OHS Foreign Practice.
PSME Safety Engineering and Health Division.
Of the PSME, state the name of the technical division.
Of the
PSME Engineering and Technical Division.
Technical Division.
Do hereby solemnly swear
Do hereby solemnly swear
that I will faithfully do and discharge
that I will faithfully do and discharge
to the best of my ability
to the best of my ability
the duties and obligations incumbent upon this office.
The duties and obligations
incumbent upon
this office.
That I will defend the Constitution and bylaws of the society.
That I will defend the Constitution and bylaws of the society.
That I will do my duty towards God.
That I will do my duty towards God,
my country, and my fellow men.
my country, and my fellow men.
And lastly,
Lastly,
imposed upon myself
that I impose upon myself
aforementioned duties and obligations voluntarily
the
aforementioned
aforementioned
duties
duties and obligations voluntarily
and without reservation
reservation
and without reservation
for
for the purpose of
purpose of evasion.
For
evasion.
purpose of evasion. So help me God.
So help me God.
Well,
So help me God.
There you go. You are now witnessing the induction ceremony of the technical division officers. In behalf of everyone, we are congratulating the operations officers down from the governing board down to the committees of each division. So that's it. That is another role, and of course, that is an additional work for you. And we thank you for your continued service to our PSME society. Of course, for everyone's information, have now the 14 technical divisions. Okay, let us enumerate that one. Okay, we have 14 technical divisions. We have environmental engineering, the fire protection, the plant engineering and maintenance, the mechanical ventilation and air conditioning refrigeration, boiler pressure vessel and piping, safety engineering and health, power and energy, energy management, project management, manufacturing engineering, mechanical design and fabrication, automotive engineering, automation, instrumentation and robotics, and of course, we have the mechanical engineering education. So everyone, for those who are watching right now, for if you can see if you can hear that one, you can contact the governing board for you to become one of their members. So check it out. You can see which specialization or which technical division you can be a member. So that's it for the list of our technical divisions. And of course, again, our congratulations to the elected officers or governing board of these technical divisions. Now let us hear an acceptance speech, of course. We'll not finish this program until we hear your acceptance speech, dear governing board chairman. Okay, let us start. I think we have to start from the safety and engineering health technical division. Everyone, let us all welcome Engineer Francisco Romeo Jr. Okay, now maybe let us first proceed with the boiler technical division. Everyone, an acceptance speech will be delivered by Engineer Simon Turno.
Good evening, fellow mechanical engineers. And also to my co-officers in the boiler pressure vessel and piping technical division. I would like to personally thank you for again supporting our technical division. And although our fifth boiler conference was not pushed through because of the pandemic, but we were able to present some webinars during the April webinars. So we have still an unfinished business, and that is the certification process for the boiler operator and boiler inspector. And this will be the top priority activity of the technical division this coming administrative year 2021. And we just lack the subject matter expert, and from their training modules, we can draft questionnaire for the examination. And hopefully by next year, we can already conduct a face-to-face training. And also because to be a certified boiler inspector and
operator, we need to have some examination. So I also wanted to thank the PSME national officers, especially Press Jeffrey Singson and Convention Chair Jerry Asuncion. And also, I would like also to inform that we are now gaining grounds on the APEO because through PTC, we will be also having this harmonization of boiler inspectors for the ASEAN countries and ASEAN engineers. So almost weekly, we have already a meeting, and hopefully also by next year or before the end of the year, we can start the ball rolling for the inspectorate harmonization for the ASEAN member countries. So again, thank you everyone, and enjoy the week, and happy PSME week. Maraming salamat, and more power to PSME.
And for everybody's information, Sir Turnos become the representative of the AFEO in the boiler specialization. He attended the seminar in the Indonesia. Okay, he represents PSME in behalf of us. So again, congratulations, Sir Turno. And now let us all hear again a acceptance speech will be delivered again by the Safety Technical Division Chairman. Everyone, let us all welcome Engineer Romeo Francisco.
Yes, good evening, everybody, and congratulations to. Excuse me. Congratulations to all. Congratulations to all the technical divisions and to us, the Safety Engineering Health Division. We have so many plans for you, PSME, the best of the best engineers in safety are here. We are here to serve you. Just call us. All the webinars are lined up for next year. We will glad and the Safety Training Organization, or the STO, will be approved soon and will be available. All of us, you can invite us. We have many plans for you, webinars, safety. All the best to us. Congratulations to my division. My division is the best in the field of mechanical and safety. With that, congratulations to our division and all the technical divisions. Mabuhay po ang PSME. Magandang gabi po sa inyo lahat.
Thank you very much, Sir Jan. Pa siya ng surgical mask. Of course, we have to do that one. Thank you very much, sir, for being an example to everyone. That is for the Safety and Technical Division's chairman. And how about we hear from the chairman of the Fire Protection? Everyone, an acceptance speech will be delivered by Engineer Ryan Paul Roque. Okay, Sir Ryan, can we hear some acceptance speech?
Wala po siya, ma'am.
Wala daw siya. Okay. Okay, thank you for that information. Again, everyone, that's it for the governing board and the chairman of the PSME Technical Division. Again, as earlier said, that is an additional role, additional designation, and of course, an additional service to each members. Thank you very much. And now, let us again welcome the very young and energetic, the Mindanaoan millennial from Zamboanga City, our very own national president, to give us a message. Again, everyone, Dr. Jeffrey F. Singson.
Thank you very much, Grace. Is the message still related to the technical divisions? Grace? Is it? Okay. On behalf of the PSME National Board, I would like to congratulate the newly appointed officers of the technical divisions, various technical divisions. We have a lot of things to do, being a technical community of mechanical engineers, and I hope and I wish that each technical division can come up with isa sa hinihingi ko talaga yan is to come up with the codes and standards of your specific practice, no? Let's say, for example, the fire protection technical divisions and so on. Early this year, we regroup, no? We regroup and reorganize the PME code committee. Previously, there is a committee with different subcommittees, and starting this year, we asked that the subcommittee of the PME code will be the technical divisions. So lahat ng chair, para dun sa mga newly appointed chairs, no? Kayo ay member ng PME code committee automatically, and your task is to produce the code and standard for your expertise, for your technical division. So yun, that's one of the things that kailangan yung i-produce as a technical division. And of course, the twice or two times na technical division conferences in a year. So it is naman understandably that this year medyo mahirap gawin. But hopefully on the new normal, we can come up with two technical division conferences next year, and that would really help our members in upgrading their skills and know-hows with respect to that field, to those fields. I would like also to commend the effort of Vice President Technical Cesar Lim. Talagang talagang makulit yan, no, pagdating sa task ng mga technical divisions, and we do have weekly or monthly. We do have monthly meetings. We discuss there, at nandyan pinamumunuan niya ni VPT Cesar Lim. So yun, we have so many things to do as a technical community. The TD was started during the time of IPP Roger 2017. We started, I think, around 6 or 7 technical divisions. Now we are 15, so we are growing. And I hope that this group will continue to grow. The field, no, that expertise group of people, specific or experts on a specific field, will group themselves and come up with an organization similar to the technical division or technical division itself, to aid those members or those engineers under those fields. Tulungan sila to aid them on their career enhancement and technical enhancement. So yun lang. Congratulations to all of you, the new officers of the technical divisions. Mabuhay kayo, and of course, yung National Board, nandito lang pag kailangan nyo ng suporta, andito kami lagi para sa inyo. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, National President Dr. Jeffrey F. Singson. And of course, what our President said, Sir Cesar is very makulit because he is very active to these technical divisions, and of course with the team leadership of NPJEF and of course VPT Cesar, they make the programs of the technical divisions a possible one. Actually, we have a several meetings, minsan biglaan, and that is because of the technical division having their active participation to the PSME National. So again, our congratulations po. But of course, let us not end this program by not hearing an acceptance speech, of course, from the Fire Protection Division. Everyone, again, let us call Engineer Paul Ryan Roque.
Thank you very much, Engineer Grace. Thank you very much, National BOD, PSME, and President Jeffrey Singson. So we highly accept and honor to be part of the PSME Fire Protection Technical Division. Along with me are the very best in this field, including members outside the Philippines. So we make sure that our deliverables, especially on our goals, will be on top of our priority. Now, particularly, we target 2 goals. first is, of course, the PMEC. We will have a much broader and much defined standards that we need to develop, not only for mechanical engineers, but also all that we needs to understand the codes and standards, especially for the mechanical requirements. So we make sure that it is easily been delivered or madali siyang maintindihan at hindi masyadong komplikado. So we make sure we need the proper reference and also guidance and avoid also some copyright infringement. So we will ask permission to international standards such as NFPA. So next, another goal of us is to provide a module, a learning module for the students, especially the mechanical engineering students when it comes to fire protection. So we all know currently we don't have subject of fire protection, but we need it badly. So we decided in our team, in our group, that we will initiate this book as soon as possible, basic. It will not be complicated, that anyone can understand. So we will deliver it as soon as possible. This is in parallel of the PMEC. So we make sure that academe will support this, and part of it will be a trainer's training for them to understand how to deliver this subject. So I think at year 2022, we must have a subject such as fire protection, because same as HVAC, there are a lot of practitioners on this field. So thank you very much, and I hope for your good virtual NatCon. So salamat at magandang gabi.
Thank you very much, Sir Rob. Be looking forward for your plans on the Fire Protection Technical Division. That is a very good plans for the incoming students of the mechanical engineering, and of course, to the fire protection specialization of our dear PSME members. And of course, everyone, again, from the PSME National Office, we are sending our congratulations, and we greatly appreciate your sense of volunteerism. So in behalf of all, in behalf of the National Board of Directors and everyone, from the technical divisions, from the Vice President for Technical Affairs, again, we honor your commitment to us. And we are looking for the accomplishment of the functions of these positions being given to you all. And of course, again, we are looking forward to your valuable contribution to the success of each technical divisions. Mabuhay po kayo. Program may be short, but we will be looking forward for a long journey of this position and obligation and service, of course. Service to our dear PSME members. Salamat po. Mabuhay kayo. Maraming salamat, everyone. Thank you po. Good evening, everyone. See you again by tomorrow for our by Monday for our webinar schedule. Thank you.
For those who are seeking for an advancement in your mechanical engineering practice without having the risk to travel just to attend a training, here is a great opportunity now. The 68th PSME National Conference is the first ever PSME virtual conference for the mechanical engineers. Register now and be part of a history in the mechanical engineering profession.
How many of you would want to advance your professional career and gain more engineering knowledge without having the risk of traveling to technical trainings? If your answer is yes, then You are in the right place. The 68th Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers National Virtual Conference.
Register now.
To all professional mechanical engineers, certified plant mechanic, I am personally inviting those who haven't registered yet to the PSME 68 National Conference, the first ever and the only virtual NatCon. We will be working in tandem with a non-professional virtual production provider to come up with a package that will surely be worth your time and investment. Register now and be part of this historic event. Thank you and see you all virtually.
Because travels and gatherings are limited during this time of pandemic, we will be bringing the PSME 68 National Virtual Conference at your fingertips and at the comfort of your home. Join us on October 17 to 24, live via Zoom.
Deeply concerned both by the alarming levels of spread and severity, we have therefore made the assessment that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
Dumaan ng ilang araw. Nagdaan ng ilang buwan.
Umabot na sa bare months.
Mukhang COVID-19.
ang ihahain sa Noche Buena.
Kumusta ka?
Oo nga, kumusta ka na, engineer?
Ang hirap, ano?
Iba-iba man siguro yung sitwasyon.
Karanasan natin.
Paniguradong may kanya-kanya tayong
Kwentong pandemya.
Isang malaking dago.
Ang pinagdadaanan natin.
Ito'y naging isang sagisag.
Sa mga hilahil. Pagsubok.
at di pagkakaunawaan. Pero hindi tayo pasisiil.
Hindi tayo mapapagod.
Dahil nandito lang kami.
Laging handang tumulong. Engineer, sisiguraduhin namin.
Walang iwanan.
Sama-sama tayo.
Mangangarap.
Titibay.
Babangon.
Upang marating
ang daan sa isang
bagong bukas.
This pandemic has greatly affected our organization.
Before COVID-19, we provide face-to-face seminars and trainings.
Well, the future of PSME would depend upon the members supporting it and also the leaders that would be proactive.
But we were able to apply our innovative culture by adapting to change. We are about to successfully conduct this event through virtual platform very, very successfully.
The industrialization continues.
A country cannot be industrialized if there are no machines, there are no technologies, and engineers are part of this.
The country's future is in our hands.
As an organization, issuing our technical position on public issues, especially those affecting the public safety.
The future of PSME is to be globally recognized organization that is powerful, influential, and relevant.
It is within our reach.
The advantage of COVID is we were given free seminars, webinars. That's our first certification program for projects management certified by PSME.
Nothing's gonna stop us here.
We envision PSME to lead this country towards industrialization. We have seen how the Filipino mechanical engineers help in the industrialization of other countries. Why can't we do it for our own nation?
At 68 PSME Virtual NatCon.
The one and only review center hosting big events has gotten bigger and wider. From final coaching attended by hundreds and thousands of reviewees in one venue. Film production. Film screenings. Theatrical plays. Charity events. Concerts. Come CBRC Vice, your go-to events management needs for anything physical, virtual, or remote. Live reviews. Digital Review exclusives. CBRC.tv. Webinars. To concerts. CBRC Vice Virtual Interaction, Conferences and Events, trusted by business executives, the academe, and the entertainment industry. Includes technical support, video recording, live streaming. For inquiries, please contact Orlando Alvarez at 0977-683-3173. The one and only review center hosting big events has gotten bigger and wider. From final.
Alright, thank you po sa lahat. Thank you everyone. Sir Jack
Thank you
the
po.
Yes, thank you everyone. Po. Sir Jack?
Opo, yes sir.
We'll end the meeting na, the webinar na po.
Yes sir. Meron pa po tayong gagawin daw dyan. Sir King, Sir JR, anong sabi niya sa studio?
Peace.
Ayan pala eh.
Picture daw muna sila. Ayan.
Sana all!
Insert nyo din kami sa picture ninyo.
In chess tournament daw po.